The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Woodrow.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Basenecker, Bottoms, Representative Bottoms,
Absent.
Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Clifford, Representative Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Duran, English, Espinoza, Foray, Flanell, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Goldstein, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson,
Present.
Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader,
Present.
Lindsay, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Representative Marshall,
Excused.
Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Wynn, Pascal, Phillips, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rootnell, Ryden, Sirota, Slaw,
Here.
on the wall, Smith, Soper, Rep. Soper,
Absent.
Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Sukla, Taggart, Tatone, Rep. Tatone, is excused. Valdez A, Rep. Valdez is excused. Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Representative Wilford, no, is excused. Winter, Woodrow, Woog, Representative Woog,
Excused.
Zokai, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 57 present, 7 excused, and 2 absent, we do have, oops. Soper. Sorry, we're going to correct. With 57 present, 6 excused, and 2 absent, we do have a quorum. So apparently it's the trifecta today. Representative Woodrow. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I know you're so excited to see me up here for the 6th day in a row on this unbelievably important motion. That's right. In all of the excitement of this week, I neglected the other day to congratulate the University of Denver DU's men's hockey team on defeating my beloved Wolverines in a double overtime matchup, a thriller of a win. Let's root them on, let's cheer them on tonight as they face the Wisconsin Badgers for the NCAA National Championship. A yes vote on this motion shows that you support DU hockey and all things great coming out of HD2. With that, Madam Speaker, I move that the Journal of Friday, April 10th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Members, I will invite you to take your seats. We are proceeding to business. Thank you, members, for taking your seats. We are starting third reading. Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move Senate Bill 43 to the end of the third reading calendar.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 43 will be moved to the end of the third reading calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1348.
House Bill 1348 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the use of money from the Broadband Infrastructure Cash Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1348 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1348 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. English. English is excused. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 3 no, 5 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1348 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1349.
House Bill 1349 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning modifications to prevention services programs within the Department of Early Childhood and in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1349 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1349 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Story. Please close the machine. With 54 ayes, 6 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1349 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1350.
House Bill 1350 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning appropriations related to school food programs and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1350 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1350 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 11 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1350 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1351.
House Bill 1351 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the use of state education fund money to fund the Healthy School Meals for All program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1351 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1351 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 8 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1351 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1352.
House Bill 1352 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning reducing the frequency of Colorado reading to ensure Academic Development Act independent evaluations and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1352 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1352 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1352 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1353.
House Bill 1353 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning state-administered social studies assessments and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1353 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1353 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 18 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1353 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1354.
House Bill 1354 by Representatives Surratt and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning repealing a science teacher professional development program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1354 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1354 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 2 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1354 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1355.
House Bill 1355 by Representatives Surratt and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Amabile, concerning the appropriation for the out-of-school time program grant program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1355 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1355 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 15 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1355 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1356.
House Bill 1356 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the local accountability system.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1356 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1356 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 2 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1356 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1357.
House Bill 1357 by Representatives Surratt and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning phasing out the teacher recruitment, education, and preparation program and in connection therewith making, reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1357 on third reading and final passage.
the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1357 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 13 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1357 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1358.
House Bill 1358 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning reducing an appropriation for the Colorado Academic Accelerator Grant Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1358 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1358 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1358 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1359.
House Bill 1359 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning crediting to the state public school fund money received from the removal of natural resources on public school lands.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1359 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1359 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 16 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1359 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1360.
House Bill 1360 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the Affordable Housing Financing Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1360 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for, we talked a lot about this, but a lot of people weren't in here. And just to, it was an interesting conversation because we have this prop that was for affordable housing, but really for the citizens of Colorado, you should know is just a matter of depleting your, circumventing the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. So what this did was the emotional bait on this was to say we're going to give money to affordable housing, but we're only going to give money to affordable housing, and it was posited as a way to take money out of the income tax, diverting 1% of 1% into an affordable housing fund. But that was only going to be if the sounds like a duck, quacks like a duck, must be a duck. So it was, and now that we are the income tax, that we're below that Tabor limit, then it's going to take that money back. So we're having these agreements with this. So instead of actually diverting, instead of this being actually a diversion of the income tax that would take away from the general fund and putting it into something that the citizens said, we would like to prioritize that with our income tax. What this does is it just takes it out and it says, if you are going to have any excess money in your under the Tabor cap, that we're just going to take from you. And so now with this bill, it falls below that Tabor cap, so now it reverts back to what the general fund priorities were. So the purpose of this, it's one of those things that it says affordable housing, it's for affordable housing, talks about what the affordable housing is, and 30%. You know, once again, we're not actually doing things that actually make housing more affordable. We know that approximately 1/3 to 1/2 of the cost of a house is due to regulation and the backlogs. You can read about that in a recent report, or you could look at the CDPHE stuff as now they're using the asbestos rules that were passed in 2004, and then just a couple years ago, it was brought forward that the enhanced enforcement of this would be used to help with lead paint mitigation and bring in $200,000 into CDPHE to help with mitigation, except that of that $200,000 that they're allowed to bring in, $160,000 of that goes into manpower. So we do these things that we tell the citizens of Colorado that we're going to make housing more affordable, but the reason that housing is unaffordable is because of the decisions that are made in this room. And so the citizens of Colorado should know that this fund, this affordable housing fund, this Prop 123, the reason that it was in the Blue Book, and the reason that a lot of people wondered why it was in the Blue Book, because they thought it was just a diversion. It was a diversion of money that would have been, it was only a diversion of that money if it exceeded the cap. So in fact, it was a tax increase. So that is just the way the business is done to the citizens of Colorado, to extract more money from them. It would be nice if we would actually do things like focus on extracting the minerals and the oil from the ground and encouraging things like cattle and manufacturing instead of contriving new and interesting and creative ways of extracting more money from the pockets of the citizens of Colorado. So again, this was only a diversion of the income tax if it exceeded the amount that the state was allowed to tax in order for the state to tax more. Because the purpose was not for affordable housing, the purpose is to tax more. Again, this is socialism. The purpose of promising everything is to take it, and just wanted to let the citizens know that once again, they had been duped by the General Assembly.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that this question has been bothering all of you for the last couple of days, and so I wanted to give resolution to your anxiety by answering the question that was asked on second readings related to the priority order that was listed in this bill. Priority order of concessionary debt program, equity program, and then land banking. The reason that was selected in that order is because it allows for the federal drawdown of funds. I appreciate the response that was provided by the Speaker Pro Tem in helping us all come to that clarity. I still have trouble with the other piece that was brought forth during the conversation related to the taking of $130 million out of this fund, as opposed to simply $72 million, roughly. During the long bill process last year, our costs were all accounted for by different dollar amounts. During the supplemental process, our costs were all accounted for by the supplemental process. But since supplementals, and looking from supplementals to the end of the year, the projections state that we will likely spend an additional $72 million. $72 million that we need to find the money for. And so taking out of this bucket is consistent with what the voters said was possible. In non-Tabor surplus years, you can take to make up the difference. It doesn't say that. It says so this is what I have. While the original Prop 123 stated that the associated revenues must supplement, not supplant, current affordable housing funding, this only applies in Tabor surplus years, such that since 25-26 is a non-surplus year, the state can supplement, not supplant, can allow for the filling in of those dollars in this year, 25-26, but cannot take those dollars next year because it's anticipated it will be a Tabor surplus year. And so it seems to me that the difference between the $130 million that's being taken out now and the $72 million that we're saying our budget might need can't actually be taken out. Now, I understand there is a suggestion of, well, money is fungible, so if we want to pour more money in this session, in order to then have that money in a different bucket to pull out of next session, that's strictly speaking possible. I just don't find it something I can support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1360 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the
Madam
machine.
Speaker.
Representative Slaw?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to change my vote.
Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes no. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 22 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1360 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1361.
House Bill 1361 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the Pay for Success Contracts Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1361 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1361 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. We did record your vote. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1361 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1362.
House Bill 1362 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the Decarbonization Tax Credits Administration Cash Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1362 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1362 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1362 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1363.
House Bill 1363 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning a temporary reduction in the General Fund Reserve.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1363 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you. We talked about this quite a bit on seconds. And I tell you that as the orbitals progressed, there was nothing that occurred there. If anything, the occurrences just deepened, not assuaged any of the fears that I have towards the rapid acceleration towards the cliff that I feel that we're heading towards. This signals a oncoming disaster. This should signal in anybody's even family budget that we're heading in the wrong direction. This should signal that immediate changes need to be made. We had the opportunity to make immediate changes. We did not. We are continuing to fund programs that are driving the need for things like this to happen. So are we going to continue to fund ideas that we know are becoming rapidly expensive and depleting reserve accounts or raiding other areas in order to continue to just adhere to our original emotional idea that that was the right thing to do? The math is telling us we have a problem. The math is telling us that we cannot afford to continue the prioritization that we favor. We've got to do, and again, we've said it throughout seconds, I believe we all feel for the difficulty of the position that the Joint Budget Committee is in. They have had to make some very difficult decisions. So this is not in any way for me to reference or insinuate that they took an easy way out by dipping into the reserves, because I do not feel that way. I know that it was difficult. I know that it came with additional difficult decisions. However, if we think for a second that we're going to walk back up into here next session and we're going to have a discussion that's much different than the one that we're having now, y'all are far more optimistic than I am, far more. So what is it that we will continue to do? We're going to go to 11 next year, go down to 9. At what point do we realize we have a very serious problem? I understand that the Joint Budget Committee may very well be in a position to where there is no other choice. Fundamentally, I cannot vote for this despite their feeling that there is no other choice, because we continue to put money in areas that we know are runaway programs, because our priority is truly not on trying to save the state from a fiscal disaster. Our priority is, honestly, sometimes I feel like stick our head in the sand until we can get to the point to where we truly know that there's a problem, and then we'll deal with it. If we're not looking at this and understanding that we're at that point now, I'm not sure what we're doing. I have no other choice than to be a no on this, because fundamentally, if we're not addressing it, what are we doing here with the budget?
Representative DeGraff.
So this is a rainy day fund. It's not a self-inflicted pain fund. It's not a I threw a stick in my front spokes fund. Now, I do appreciate the confidence in the economy turning around with the changes that were initiated in January of 2025. But still, we're spending future money based on that confidence, and I don't think that's right. We're spending money where, and setting a poor example when a rainy day fund should be 25 to 50% of your income, of your expenses. And we're talking about all expenses. And we just have 15%, and we want to roll that back to 13%. And why next year can't we just roll it back to 11%? Or as one campaign speech suggested, we roll it back to 11% before it was withdrawn. So last night, I thought it was really fitting. It was kind of a perfect place to end, because it's where we should have begun with this budget. And granted, we all know that this is just a rubber stamp-a-palooza where we just are expected to go through the 2 days of show. You vote one way, we vote the other way. We have the pretense of debate, the illusion of debate. But we could have just cut 2%, $1 billion out of $50 billion, 2%, easy. Cut 2%. Maybe trim some fat someplace out of the green grift programs. I'm always a favor of cutting grift out of the green energy programs. Those just largely serve to prop up the investors, because they get 9 to 10% on their investment of investing the citizens' money year after year after year. And of course, that creates the perverse incentive of raping their way across the state with the governor's approval of eminent domain. So we're saying we need to tap into this rainy day fund. But then if we go back to the back of the book, we already created an open-ended program on a $14.7 billion program that exceeded $120 billion, or $120 million, whatever, that then we capped that $14.7 million program at $95 million. And we you patted yourselves on the back. And you called it a right, when a right is something like life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. It costs me nothing to honor yours, it costs you nothing to honor mine, but when you start to say things that are rights that cost money, that is imposed labor. That is slavery. So now we're talking about over here, instead of just cutting this 2% across the board and taking the governor's budget, endorsing it on one side, capitulating it to it on the other, now we're putting the citizens of Colorado at a greater risk, because this is not a rainy day fund. This is a self-inflicted pain situation. We could have addressed things like ballot costs. Showed you 3 years ago how you could save $30 million per election cycle just by not sending trash to the citizens of Colorado. That was voted down. Showed you how you could save we could infuse billions of dollars into the economy this year with medical pricing. That was voted down. So it's not like we're serious about cutting the budget or infusing the economy. We're just talking about rearranging deck chairs on a ship that is going down. And then we project and we say, okay, we'll take money out of it this year because next year will be better. But let's look at the trends. Let's look at the trends. The budget has nearly doubled. The $4 billion surplus is gone. And spending, the $4 billion surplus is gone, and we've had to go to creative ways of introducing trans debt into our system because debt isn't allowed, and so we have certificates of participation, which is just debt that identifies as not debt. And then we have to do all of the trickery with fees to create new enterprises, to create new services, supposedly for the citizens of Colorado, for which we can impose new fees. And then we create cash funds with the excess so that when we have problems like this, we can sweep the excess in. So we create fees to circumvent what is anathema in this building, which is that the taxpayers actually have rights. And I understand that is anathema in this building, especially to one side, that the taxpayers have rights. And we create fees under the pretense of services, and then we take that money that we promised would be for something of service to the citizens, of the service that was created, manufactured, contrived by this room itself, and then we sweep it into our general priorities. Bait and switch. Bait and switch. Over and over again. And then we say, wow, look at this crisis we're in. But next year is going to be better. And I don't know what makes it better. I don't know what the projections are. Because it seems the things that are making the economy better are being opposed at every turn. So unless there's significant changes in November, all I can see is that we're going to continue taxes, debt, more spending, more bait, more switch. So a bill that borrows from our ability to respond to emergencies in order to address, to cover our inability to actually balance a budget because we have 2 days to rubber stamp our way through orbitals. We have 2 days to make sure that the governor's budget with some tweaking gets through. Not sure why the executive branch is making the budget that but here we are. So I'm opposed to spending our future's money. I'm opposed to spending that emergency fund that is for things like emergencies and not self-inflicted crises. Because I don't see, once we've created the precedent, because it's like the temporary borrowing from, that are other bills in here, the temporary borrowing from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. It's only going to be one time, we're going to pay it back. Until the next time, it's only going to be one time, and then we're going to pay it back. Until the next time, it's only going to be one more time, but this is really it. We seriously promise until the next time when we fail to pay it back. So now, this is not only dipping into the future, this is not only dipping into our ability to respond to an emergency, which is already limited by at least 10%, and if not 35% of where it should be.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. we're creating a horrible precedent. And that precedent will be used over and over again, because we could cut 2% out of it this time, which is not just 2%, because it's 2%, it's actually quite a bigger chunk. It's 2%, so it's 1/7. It's actually, what, closer to 15%. We're cutting a big chunk out of our reserve. We're borrowing against our future to cover our inability to discipline ourselves in fiscal responsibility. I'm a no.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague from El Paso County. There's a funny little note that's actually in the fiscal note of this bill. And this is what it says. It says, while the bill does not directly affect state expenditures, it lowers the reserve. Again, let me say that again. While the bill does not directly affect state expenditures, the expenditures are why we are in the position we are in right now. So if it's not going to affect the state expenditures, we're going to keep having the same problem over and over. It's almost like, what's the definition of insanity again? Doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. Our financial crisis here in Colorado is the perfect definition of insanity. You know, I try to teach my kids fiscal responsibility. And having a reserve is just one of many things, but it's one of the most important things. It's mandatory that we have a 15%, unless, we get ourselves in a financial bind, unless we can't stop spending our money. Actually, it's not even our money, it's the people's money. This change in the reserve, lowering it, putting more money because we can't seem to manage it correctly, promotes poor money management. I don't know how much more clear this can be. This is only supposed to be for extreme emergencies, not because you have extreme spending. Hard times call for hard decisions. Lowering this makes the decisions less hard, and that shouldn't be. The cuts for this will never end. You'll see it. Just like my colleague said, it's going to happen again and again and again, and you're going to constantly try to justify taking the people's money and doing what you want with it. But it's just this time. Shameful, in my opinion. It's absolutely shameful what's happening with the people's money. Their money, I don't believe, is safe at all in our hands. Well, maybe mine, but not some others. I see this as we're stealing from Peter to pay Paul, over and over and over again. I said this last year. Same exact thing last year. And here we are again, in the hole. I don't think the people should trust anything that happens anymore. We can't stop spending. That's the problem. The money's there for things that are necessary, but people don't seem to understand how to prioritize. Robbing the safety reserve, robbing it. We need to make tough, smarter decisions, financial decisions that are going to help the state, not constantly put it into jeopardy. This right here, having to lower the reserve, should be a big fat warning sign. Colorado is financially imploding. And until the people actually understand and feel it, I don't know what else to say to them other than they need to pay attention. Maybe they should come up here and show us how to do it, because I don't think that it's being done properly as it stands. Our JBC is trying, but this isn't the way to do it. This is a desperate measure because you can't say no to those who want to waste your money. I can. I'll say no every single day. As usual, Colorado has a spending problem, not a money problem. Until we get a grasp on that, we're going to see this year after year after year. So welcome to the Colorado financial implosion merry-go-round.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just want to explain why I'm going to be a no on this today. Again, as always, when we're having these debates around the budget and orbitals, I appreciate the work from the JBC, and I understand that there's a lot of things that get funded, whether you agree with it or not, but you're statutorily required to, and I understand the work on this that we're doing right here and the votes that we're taking right now. This started 6 months ago before session for us started. So I always want to give a shout out to the JBC members and say thank you for that. But the reason I'm up here, and I'm going to explain why I'm a no on this, is we had an executive committee meeting. It was probably 3 weeks ago. At this point, we were talking about lowering the reserve from 15% to 13%. And I believe it was in that meeting. It could have been out of that meeting. I'm pretty certain it was in that meeting. I think I had posed the question, well, why not go down to 12%? Why stop at 13%? Because we were discussing the senior homestead tax exemption, and I think for every point it's like $170 million, and that's about right around what we needed. And I said, well, why don't we just go down to 12? Not that I support that, but I was just posing the question. And one of the answers that I got was essentially, well, right now our chief economists, the team of them, are predicting that there's a 40% chance of a recession within the next year, I believe is what it was. And we don't want to deplete our reserve too much, because this emergency reserve that we have here that we're debating is meant for something like that. It's meant for a crisis. And we're going to need everything we have potentially if that recession does play out. I mean, 40%, you're almost at the flipping a coin whether we're going to be in a recession or not in the next year. And so that's why they would not recommend going from 13% to 12%. And so as my colleagues before me made the argument, we are not in that recession right now. Yet here we are dipping into the same reserve that we would go and dip into if we were in a recession or some kind of serious economic crisis. And as my members before me said, I think it's more of the misprioritization of how we've been spending our money and the structural deficit that we've created for years and years and years in this building, and the thousands and thousands of employees we've added, and the multiple departments and programs, and using one-time money to fund things that now we have to fund out of the state budget. It's just, that's not what the reserve was meant for. And I understand historically the reserve's been lower in the past, but it is what it is now. And we've put that money in there and we've set it aside. And in this orbital, it says that we have to go back to the 15% level after this. And so we are assuming that next time we sit here and do this budget, that we're going to have that money, that extra, I believe it's $350 million to set aside to put our reserve back up to the 15%. Unless we make some serious structural deficit changes, where are we going to get that money to refill that reserve at next year when we have the same debate? I don't think it's going to happen. I think I just kind of want to call it now. I think when we come back and have this debate, we're going to either say we're going to leave it at 13% now permanently, or we're going to lower it a little bit more and drop it down from 13 to 11%. I think we'll be back here having that same exact discussion. I think it's very ambitious to think that we're going to have that extra $350 million and put it back in there to get it back up to 15% next year. So this fund was created for absolute economic crisis, according to our own economists that we talked to, and we are not in that right now. And there's some serious changes that we could make where we wouldn't have to touch this, and it would be hard. It would be very hard. Anytime you have to cut programs that people have got dependent on, anytime you have to get rid of jobs that were newly created in the last few years and that puts people out of work, I get it, it's hard, but it's the responsible thing to do. And for those reasons, I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I got up yesterday and spoke about my experience as a school principal and how frustrating it was last year when I realized that all the years during the budget stabilization, or BS factor, budget years that we were told to cut in K-12 education, and it was anywhere from 10 to 12 to 15% across the board. And so as a principal, I had to figure out how was I going to cut my school budget by 10 to 12 or 15%. And that was hard, but we did it because K-12, we're teachers and we're principals and we do what we're told. And so last year, during SMART Act hearings, I heard all of these departments coming and asking for more money after they were told to cut, and I realized nobody else in the state besides our K-12 were really making cuts, like maybe 2 or 3% here or there, but not the 10 and 15% that I had to make. So I'm really struggling with this particular bill because I have managed state money that's not mine, and it's a really important responsibility to take on. And there are years when we, as a school or as a district, we had to go down in our reserves, knowing that that is our rainy day fund. The thing that I'm really struggling with this is, after talking with our representative JBC member, is that this will affect our senior property homestead tax exemptions. And I've worked really hard with some seniors this session, trying to find ways to help them manage funds. In fact, I've got a lot of friends who have moved out of state who are seniors. They're moving to states where they have no property tax, home property tax, or less property tax, and we are losing some of our lifelong members, even our family farmers and ranchers who have been here forever. And the more property tax pressure we put on them, the harder it is for them to stay. I'm really struggling with this because on one hand, I agree with my colleagues that just spoke about the need to keep a reserve and the rainy day fund and how important that is, and that is, a trust that we have with our public. On the other hand, having managed public dollars, I know that it happens, and you have recessions and boom years. Unfortunately, I think Colorado's barreling down the train tracks. I don't know if that was a pun intended, but toward a greater economic downturn, and I think that rainy day fund is really important to have, but I am very, very, very worried about this wiping out our senior property homestead tax exemptions. So I'm not sure where I'm going to go yet with this vote, but I think people should consider that also.
Representative DeGraff, this is your second time to speak. You have 18 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's be quick. We're decreasing our rainy day fund by 13% on the promise of recovery if we avoid a 40% chance of recovery. We have 100 business leaders that just sent you all a letter that says change your way out, and we have no hope for change in sight with this room. So I don't know how we're going to do that. So I'll be a no.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1363 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
No, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes no. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Mr. Schiebel, Carter, and Garcia excused. Garcia, Sander, Weinberg, Winter. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 18 no, 5 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1363 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1364.
House Bill 1364 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the calculation of the Consumer Price Index for the 2025 calendar year and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1364 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1364 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. DeGraff and Winter. Please close the machine. With 41 ayes, 17 no, 5 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1364 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1366.
House Bill 1366 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning enhancing state-directed payments for physician services rendered by medical professionals at Denver Health and Hospital Authority and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1366 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1366 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 16 no, 5 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1366 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1367.
House Bill 1367 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning federal money payable as reimbursement of a public expenditure when the federal money exceeds 50% of the expenditure amount.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1367 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1367 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 12 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1367 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1368.
House Bill 1368 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning eliminating a transfer from the Limited Gaming Fund to the Innovative Higher Education Research Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1368 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1368 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1368 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1369.
House Bill 1369 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of a requirement to contract for use of an online platform for higher education institutions for public benefits.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1369 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1369 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Brown and Gonzalez. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1369 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1370.
House Bill 1370 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of money from the Limited Gaming Fund to other cash funds.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1370 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1370 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 1 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1370 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1372.
House Bill 1372 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning requirements for spending appropriations for the Auraria Higher Education Center.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1372 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1372 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Slaw, how do you vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Slaw votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1372 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1371.
House Bill 1371 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning adding repeal dates for certain higher education programs with limited purpose fee-for-service contracts.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1371 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1371 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Clifford and Zokai. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 9 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1371 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Mr. Schiebel, please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1373.
House Bill 1373 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning reducing monthly subsidy reimbursement percentages for child welfare services, provider contracts, and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1373 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1373 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 14 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1373 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1374.
House Bill 1374 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning kinship care funding provisions.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1374 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Representative Sirota, briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a technical amendment to make a correction to the implementation, or sorry, effective date due to a second reading amendment that was adopted to ensure that the families are notified before the reimbursement is stopped.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1374. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 3 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, permission is granted. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L004 to House Bill 1374.
Thank you. One moment while we display. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This does what I said it did. We are amending the effective date. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L004 to House Bill 1374. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Brown and Phillips. Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 3 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, Amendment L004 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1374 as amended.
The motion is the passage of, not the repassage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the passage of House Bill 1374 as amended.
Thank you. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is one of those ones that, we're supposed to look at and just go, well, $5.5 million, that's a savings. But where's it coming from? We're talking about taking it from kinship foster care. And with the encouragement of, so payment for non-certified kinship care is expected to total 9.4. So we're taking a little over half of that. So we're taking money from a program that we've determined that we've said, okay, we have value in this. There's value in putting these children in homes that are going to, in homes that are kinship foster, that they're going with family or somebody close to family, so that they're in a very difficult time, they're disrupted as little as possible. But now we're going to take that money, and now I understand that it's just, this is an encouragement to move from non-certified payments for non-certified kinship care are expected to total $9.4 million of the general fund, assuming no change in caseload. However, some families are expected to pursue certification and receive larger payments as a result of as a result of the elimination of non-certified payments. Therefore, the long bill includes a net reduction of $5.5 million to the general fund. So this is not so much a cut as it is a coercion. So the coercion being, so it sounds like they're going to get more money if they're certified. The caseload is not going to go down. What they're going to do is they're just going to go over to the certified program, and that includes background checks, home safety checks, initial and ongoing training. So we are actually advocating to spend more money by going away from non-certified kinship care homes to incentivize, if not mandate, practically mandate, functionally mandate, background checks, home safety checks. I can get those, I can get behind those, but that's an including. And then you have initial and ongoing training in order to stay certified. So now, this is where the Article 5, Section 34 comes in over and over and over again. If the state gives money to it, it assumes it has absolute control over it. And this is where the absolute control of the state steps in. Because initial and ongoing training, what is that? That's what we're voting for. We're voting for initial and ongoing training of whoever's in these programs that's overseeing these to impose their values. in order to receive the funds to take care of the kids that are in this situation. And requires families to meet certain requirements, including background checks and home safety checks. So one, to me, this is a little bit not a cut. It's not a $5.5 million cut because some families are expected to pursue certification and receive larger payments as a result of non-certified payments. So the fiscal note to me says in order for a family, a kinship foster program to get into this, what they have to do first is they have to capitulate to the including, and then they have to capitulate to the initial and ongoing training of the state of Colorado imposing its valueless values on the citizens of Colorado in order to help these children. So this is actually, to me, this is a social coercion, and I don't really see, I think the fiscal note actually describes it as a cost increase. Because the initial and ongoing training, that's going to be cost. The initial, the including background checks, okay, they're going to do background checks and home safety checks. But it's including. What else is there? What else is there? And for doing that, they get, so there are some families right now that in order to be non-certified, in that non-certified status, in order to help these kids that are in a dire situation, they are willing to take these kids in for less money. And this is just saying we want the state is willing to spend more money if you will acquiesce to including and ongoing training, where the state will impose its values and its stipulations, its criteria on these families that will otherwise do that. Otherwise the coercion, I suppose, is to not have funding. I guess there's a certain amount of funding, but they're assuming that the caseload is not going to go down. So here we have the pretense, to me, it looks like a pretense if we're looking at pushing people into the certified program where they'll make more. So assuming that is what would happen, we would actually be spending more, not saving $5.5 million. But the overall thing is taking from those who are in need and keeping the sacred cows. We have not cut the sacred cows. Again, we are going to get to the back of the book here, and we took a $14.7 million program, capped it at $95 million program, $95 million, and then we took off the cap and made it open-ended, which we know has already exceeded $120 million because we were going to allow it to grow, so it's already at $120 million. And then here we are, and we go, those citizens of Colorado, those citizen kids of Colorado that are in crisis, we'll take money from them. Because the rightful place to put the money of the citizens of Colorado is to put that into those individuals that were cartelled into this country as a permanently exploitable and expendable worker and voter force. That's the priority of the General Assembly. That is the priority of the governor's budget that came to us, that bubbled up from the depths into our General Assembly. It's another reason why I think the entire budget should be returned back from whence it came. So not a spending cut. Ostensibly, it is a spending increase. What it is a values imposition by the state of Colorado that doesn't even know how to balance its budget. So I'm not sure what sort of values the state of Colorado imposes on these children and on these families when it clearly has no values of its own. So although it's a cut, I don't really think it's a cut because here in here it says they're expected to pursue larger payments. So how is this fiscal note accurate of saying we are balancing the budget based on a negative $5.5 million? And the program here itself basically says we're going to spend more. So I think this would be one of those places where we should get a new fiscal note. Because one, we've opened up the budget, we've opened up the 1411 program, made it unlimited. And this is a program where we've said we're going to spend more money, but we're going to tell you that we're spending less. Does that sound like values? And then we're going to tell you that we're spending less on helping the people that actually need help.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That actually need help instead of focusing on the massive amounts of fraud that is in our budget, all of the grift that is in this budget. Instead, we're going to take it from the kids who need it. I'm a no.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of House Bill 1374 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Representative Pascal. Representative Pascal is excused. Please, Representative Pascal, that's a $3 fine. Representative Pascal, please vote. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1374 is adopted as amended. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1375.
House Bill 1375 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning repealing the County Administration of Assistance Programs funding model and connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1375 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1375 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1375 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1376.
House Bill 1376 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning updating permissible uses of money in the excess federal Title IV-E reimbursements cash fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1376 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1376 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Jackson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Jackson votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1376 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1377.
House Bill 1377 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning a clarification regarding the treatment of funds that are transferred from the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing through the Colorado Department of Human Services that pass through a regional accountability entity.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1377 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1377 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 ayes, 17 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1377 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1378.
House Bill 1378 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of certain behavioral health resources administered by the Behavioral Health Administration and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1378 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1378 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 11 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1378 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1379.
House Bill 1379 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning a correction to a citation for bond forfeiture money deposited in the Judicial Stabilization Cash Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1379 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1379 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1379 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1380.
House Bill 1380 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of the office of the Judicial Discipline Ombudsman.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1380 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1380 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Joseph. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 3 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1380 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1381.
House Bill 1381 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning eliminating the requirement that the Commission on Judicial Discipline Special Cash Fund begin each state fiscal year with a balance of at least $400,000.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1381 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1381 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Hamrick. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1381 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1382.
House Bill 1382 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning the support of Coloradans with disabilities and in connection therewith, creating the Colorado Disability Funding Authority and making and reducing appropriations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1382 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1382 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 5 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1382 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1383.
House Bill 1383 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning repealing the Employment Support and Job Retention Services Program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1383 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1383 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Story. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1383 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1384.
House Bill 1384 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the classification of School to Work Alliance program cost payments to the Department of Labor Employment from the Department of Education.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1384 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1384 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Froelich. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1384 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1385.
House Bill 1385 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning directing 100% of the funding for the Public Defender and Prosecutor Behavioral Health Support Program for state fiscal year 2026-27 to the Office of the State Public Defender.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1385 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1385 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1385 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1386.
House Bill 1386 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning changing the funding mechanism for the Colorado National Guard Tuition Waiver Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1386 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is one fiscal note that angered me a lot. 1386 is uncalled for. Last year, we made a promise. We had all of them come in. They spoke for this. We made a promise to our National Guard that they would have tuition waiver funding, 100%. Why? Because these are our bravest. These are our heroes, local to us, that we see every single day. And we promised them this. I don't get it. People plan their lives, they plan their education, they know where they're going. We say, yes, as a state of Colorado, we will honor you, we will give you this, we will do what we need to do. We should have planned for this. This should have been planned. But now, the bill reduces reimbursement to institution of higher education from the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs for the National Guard tuition waiver program from the full amount of the tuition waived to 50% of this amount. We spoke to these guys last year, and we said, yes, we'll do this for you. We voted on this as a body. And I understand that we need to make cuts. There's so many other areas that we could have made cuts too. And I'm all about making cuts. But this is a promise that was made. They planned their education, they planned their families, they planned their lives, they planned everything around it. And now we're just saying 1 year later, sorry. This money is supposed to be available for them to utilize. We're affecting University of Colorado Boulder, Colorado State University, Metropolitan State University, University of Colorado Denver, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, Colorado State University, Colorado School of Mines, Front Range Community College, Western Colorado University, University of Colorado, Northern Colorado, Pikes Peak State College, Colorado Mesa University, Community College of Aurora, Adams State University, Arapahoe Community College, Trinidad State College, Red Rocks Community College, Community College of Denver, and Pueblo Community College. Some of these maybe weren't using that much of this funding, but it doesn't matter. We're taking away a promise that we made to our veterans. And I have a huge problem with that. These are our local heroes. Our military are our national heroes. These are our local guys. We made a promise. Cut away. Cut where it makes sense, but this does not make sense. This makes Colorado look bad. This makes Colorado feel bad. In my opinion, it makes Colorado bad. You make a promise to our veterans. We make a promise to our National Guard. I damn well expect it to be honored.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is truly an honor to work with you.
It is truly an honor to work with you.
Sorry,
Thank
I got things
you.
wrong, Madam Speaker.
That's okay.
Let me clarify very, very quickly. This is not a reduction under any circumstances. This is not a reduction. This is an expansion of a program that was very successful this last year. And the reason we can expand this is very simple. Our universities and our community colleges have agreed to work with the Department of Military Affairs to split the cost 50-50. That is a great step forward. And guess what? It adds another $800,000 to the program from last year. So it is not a cut. It is a shared expense that I truly appreciate that allowed us to put $800,000 more into this program. So please, as you read this, all we are trying to do is thank our military for their service. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, I had to come up here and apologize. I will admit when I am incorrect. I'm not that, that person. Apparently, I misread some of the information. There was more background to this than what this actually showed. So my veterans, I will calm down now. My veterans are going to be covered 100%. My National Guard are going to be covered 100%. Apparently, the part that I misread and I misunderstood, and I do apologize, is that the schools have agreed to go ahead and do the other 50%. So I do apologize. I'm a big gal, and I can admit when I am incorrect. Thank you very much.
Well done, Representative Kelty. The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1386 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1386 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Let's do this. Garcia. Please close the machine.
Almost.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1387.
House Bill 1387 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the expenditure of money from the Severance Tax Trust Fund and in connection therewith allowing the State Treasurer to transfer money from the Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund to the Species Conservation Trust Fund, establishing an annual transfer from the Severance Tax Operational Fund to the General Fund and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1387 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1387 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Bastenecker. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1387 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1388.
House Bill 1388 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the repeal of the Bond Assistance Program administered by the Department of Personnel and in connection therewith transferring the balance of the Bond Assistance Program cash fund to the General Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1388 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1388 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1388 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1389.
House Bill 1389 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning eliminating the annual appropriation requirement for the Comprehensive Human Sexuality Education Grant Program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1389 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1389 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Phillips, Mr. Shebel. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1389 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1390.
House Bill 1390 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning the evaluation agent for the Health Disparities and Community Grant Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1390 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1390 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1390 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1391.
House Bill 1391 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning clean drinking water in places where children are present and in connection therewith extending the school and child care clean drinking water fund through the 2028-29 state fiscal year, adding high schools to the scope of potential recipients of grants from the school and child care clean drinking water fund, prohibiting the Department of Public Health and Environment from issuing a license to a child care center unless the child care center is in compliance with laws concerning the testing of drinking water and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1391 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1391 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 11 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1391 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Leader, co-sponsors. Please close the machine.
We're getting silly.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1392.
House Bill 1392 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the transfer of money from the Public Safety Communications Revolving Fund to the Public Safety Communications Trust Fund to support the digital trunked radio system.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1392 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1392 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1392 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1393.
House Bill 1393 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning subjecting specified cash funds to a 3-year maximum reserve limitation instead of the annual maximum reserve limitation, and in connection therewith subjecting the Public School Construction and Inspection Cash Fund and the Health Facility Construction and Inspection Cash Fund to the 3-year limitation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1393 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1393 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 55 ayes, 6 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1393 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1394.
House Bill 1394 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the conversion of the Motorcycle Operator Safety Training Fund to a cash fund subject to annual appropriation by the General Assembly, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1394 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1394 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Clifford? Please close the machine. With 57 aye, 4 no, 2 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1394 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1395.
House Bill 1395 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning the repeal of the Wildfire Resilient Homes Grant Program administered by the Department of Public Safety and in connection therewith, transferring the balance of the Wildfire Resilient Homes Grant Program cash fund to the general fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1395 on third reading and final passage.
Mr. Shebel, please. The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1395 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 13 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1395 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1396.
House Bill 1396 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning modifications to the Disaster Emergency Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1396 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1396 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 16 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1396 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1397.
House Bill 1397 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Bridges, concerning the use of general fund money to support benefits provided to certain public safety personnel through a multiple employer health trust and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1397 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1397 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Smith, DeGraff. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 10 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1397 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1398.
House Bill 1398 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning the allocation of retail delivery fee revenue credited to the Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1398 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1398 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1398 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1399.
House Bill 1399 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning the elimination of the annual transfer from the general fund to the Multimodal Transportation and Mitigation Options Fund and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1399 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1399 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 13 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1399 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1400.
House Bill 1400 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning adjustments to the Public Employees Retirement Association's allocation of money to trust funds.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1400 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1400 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 2 no, 2 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1400 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1401.
House Bill 1401 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning transfers of money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund and in connection therewith, transferring money from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund and the General Fund in state fiscal year 2025-2026, terminating future transfers from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to the Housing Development Grant Fund and the Adult Dental Fund, and making and reducing appropriations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1401 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I had to get down here real quick. because our Republican colleagues hadn't come up in a while, and I needed to make sure Rep. Goldstein was able to break out and go to the bathroom. She's my colleague to my left. But to the bill, to Willy Wonka, to Willy Wonka's point on this issue of rating the principal, don't stop, come back.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
It is. Okay, so House Bill 1401. First, I want to acknowledge that I do understand that the JBC had to make very tough decisions with this specific bill. I also would like to acknowledge that we are, of course, facing a budget deficit where we have to find money and make these tough cuts. Again, this body continues to go after the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. There are people in this room who say it's abandoned property, and it is not. There are people, many people, who do not know they have unclaimed property trust fund. And I also would like to add that this is not the state's money. It is not. While I understand that we obviously have table provisions which put the government spending in check, this is placed in the trust of the government. It is in the title. And I also want to remind this body that we do have a lawsuit that's pending. They are suing the treasurer's office, and we're going to see more potential lawsuits, which again holds the state liable, and again, it will cost money. I have been doing very due diligence to make sure that my people in my district are aware, just to go look for the unclaimed property, whether it's $5, $100, an escrow check, whatever it is. The moral principle is that this is not our money. It is in the name, trust fund. Now, many people say it's just it's a abandoned account, but you're omitting a very important word, which is the word trust. Working in a bank, we were very, very stringent in following guidelines on trust funds, trust accounts. That is law. This account specifically, this cash account, is no different. It's not. I want no part in this. When we can talk about maybe interest versus principal, I think that's a separate conversation that we can have. We can. I think that if the state's going to run this trust fund, that we should probably at least use the interest, only the interest, if it's paid back. As of now, the entire trust fund that we have used, all of that money, mostly for the adult dental fund, how much of that money has been paid back? That we have rated, that this body has rated the trust fund. How much? To date, 0. We have not paid back any of that money. So not only do we have a budget deficit, we also have this liability, this unfunded liability of paying back the unclaimed property trust fund, which we do not account for to date. So I encourage a no vote on this one, with all due respect to my colleagues at JBC, but we're literally opening the door to get sued as a state. And if you guys haven't seen, the Supreme Court cases, we are losing. So not only are we going to lose these cases, and we're going to have to pay it back maybe in a time crunch deficit if the courts demand us to pay it back by a certain time, this is just going to open the door for more lawsuits where the state will lose money. And again, we'll be back in the same spot. So in good conscience, I cannot support this bill.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I could not agree with my colleague more. The Unclaimed Property Trust Fund is not our money. That's not money that we should ever touch. This money, literally, 100% belongs to the people. This is not a tax that they paid into. This is not a fee that that has accumulated that they allow us to use. This is money that belongs to them literally in their own little accounts. This is a bank account in a way for them, for money that they have, and they call it unclaimed. Really, it's just not claimed yet. But it still belongs to every individual. If you go on to the to unclaimedproperty.colorado.gov and you type in a name, or you just look at the names in there, every single amount of money that's in this fund has a name attached to it because it belongs to that individual. This is not money what's next? Are you going to actually go into people's bank accounts and start, yanking out money out of there? Go to Chase Bank, go to National Bank, go to whatever bank and say, you know what, we don't think that you need that money that's in your bank account, in your savings account. We're just going to take more of it. I mean, you kind of are through taxes and the fees. But you know what, this money is personally 100% belongs to the people. This is not a stone to be overturned, to find money to solve our tragic financial budget issues here. This is not money that you should be touching in any way, shape, or form. This money comes from dormant accounts. It comes from uncashed rebate checks that companies couldn't find the individual because either they moved or whatever it was. So they are obligated to say, hey, state of Colorado, we couldn't find this individual to be able to give them that money. So we're going to give you that money that belongs to them to hold on to so they can go to unclaimedproperty.colorado.gov and they can go get the money that's owed to them. This is their personal money. It's uncashed refunds, it's uncashed insurance payouts. I mean, there's thousands and thousands. I personally have claimed over $4,000 myself that was in here. And if I found out that the state stole my money out of an account that belonged 100% directly to me, that'd be a bad day for the state, I'm telling you right now. These are utility deposits that people have moved that didn't realize that they were owed. This is stocks and dividends that they didn't realize that they were owed, or stale accounts that got away from them. This is the direct people's money. You are literally reaching into the pocket of your constituents and going, taking it right out. Saying, nah, we're just gonna steal it from you. It is illegal to permanently take unclaimed property, period. Look it up. It is illegal to take it. You may be able to borrow from it, but you have to put it back, and it's never been put back. It's kind of like what they're doing with Social Security. They put an IOU in there, and they're putting an IOU in there, and then what happens? Our Social Security is defunct. The state is the custodian of the money, not the owner. The people of Colorado, it is their money. Our financial issues in Colorado have come to the point where we're literally resorting to theft. This is a direct and utter assault on the people of Colorado. This is theft from their own hands. I am asking, please, do not vote for this one. Because I'm not a thief, and I hope that you're not either. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
I don't know why anybody would consider a trust fund set up by the state of Colorado to be trustworthy. I think maybe that should be I think maybe we should put just caveat emptor on anything that this General Assembly does. So these are the values of the General Assembly. So let's see, what is that called if you borrow money and you incur an obligation? Oh, that's debt. Is that a balanced budget? No, it's not a balanced budget. It's actually an inflationary budget. Borrowing money creates inflation. So how is an obligation, other than that it's a trust fund and we're not supposed to borrow from it, we're also not supposed to borrow, we're not supposed to be in debt. We're supposed to balance the budget. This unbalances the budget. And it sets a bad precedent. So what is that called when you permanently borrow money and you don't pay it back? That's called theft. What is it called when the government permanently borrows money and doesn't borrow it back? That is also called theft. To make theft legal doesn't change the fact that it's theft. So they have this program, they have a trust fund, because it's kind of weird that these programs have names attached to them. You can look up your name. So why it wasn't just sent to you? But we have this basically clearinghouse where these organizations can clear it all out, clear out their books, say, look, this account has been poking around for so long. Now they do a lot of stuff like, give you monthly fees until, that last $5 just finally goes away. But in this case, they just send it to the government, say, hey, look, this belongs to this person. We haven't heard from them for a while. We can't keep it on our books. We're not allowed to keep it on our books. You put it in your coffers, and that gives everybody a single place. And the government said, trust us. Trust us. We'll keep that money right here safe on your behalf to make sure that those individuals can find it. So when the government says, trust us, the only thing that I see between trust fund and slush fund is us in the middle, and that's our money. That's the only commonality here. You cannot treat a trust fund like a slush fund. You should not treat a trust fund as a slush fund. Obviously, it has been done for hundreds of millions of dollars, not repaid. Creating a debt, unbalancing the budget, perpetuating a horrible precedent. I remember the first time when it was this was talked about, and you see the eyes of the legislators light up when they all of a sudden realize that we could borrow from the trust fund. And that would solve our problem right now. We could borrow from that trust fund. It was like Christmas morning, watching the eyes light up. And then as you learn more, you learn that it's been taken over and over and over again, raided, unbalancing the budget because you can't set your priorities. You can't touch the governor's sacrosanct funds, programs. You can't touch those sacred cows. This room is the power of the purse. This room is the budget. The governor, fine. I mean, that didn't happen until 1921 or something, where the executive branch started sending budgets, proposals up to the legislative branch. And the legislative branch just capitulated in that and said, oh yeah, we're lazy, why don't you do it for us? Is that cold? We have an obligation on ourselves not to borrow money. We're violating that. We have an obligation not to violate a trust fund. Violating that. It takes like 6 pages to try to justify what it's going to do, all of these good things that it's going to do. And then for November, everybody's going to go out and say, oh, it's Tabor that keeps us from having nice things. No, it's your inability to balance a budget that keeps you from having nice things. It's an inability to stop spending like it. I don't want to insult sailors by comparing them to the General Assembly. Because there's at least some level of fiscal responsibility there, because eventually the sailor has to spend and pay the money back, unlike the General Assembly that does not honor its debts, just keeps taking more. And then the solution will be, well, we need to get rid of Tabor, which means what? That we can unbalance the budget, we can take on debt, and we can go to the citizens' pockets without having to ask and demand more. Not ask for more, but demand more. And this, for the citizens of Colorado, should be an example as to how you will be treated without the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The General Assembly will reach into your pocket every time, over and over and over again, because there is an insatiable demand in this room for your money. The General Assembly right now does not think that it has a spending problem. It thinks it has a not enough of your money problem. And this is proof. This is proof. Tabor has nothing to do with tax refunds. Tabor has everything to do with requiring a balanced budget. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights has nothing to do with refunds. It has to do with requiring a balanced budget. It has to do with requiring that the General Assembly asks you before it takes more of your money, and that really pisses off the General Assembly.
Rep. DeGraff, I'll ask you to watch your language, please.
Noted, but true.
And let's get back to UPTF.
Certainly. The UPTF is your money, just like the money in your pockets is your money. This is just proof that those who are going around saying how much they hate Tabor will reach into your pockets directly when given the opportunity, just like they have to here. This is a little bit more covert because Tabor protects you. The Taxpayer Bill of Rights protects you, and they hate that. Oh, the weeping and the gnashing of teeth over you keeping any of your money. So, citizens of Colorado, if you want to know how the General Assembly will treat you if they ever get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, here you go, right here. They are going to grab you by the ankles and shake you upside down. That's what the General Assembly wants to do with you and why they want to get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. This is proof.
Further discussion, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. A young man who swept the floors in a bank after working hours found a small pack of bills, which had somehow fallen under a counter. He took the money home and thought long and hard about whether he should keep it, for his family was in dire need and the extra cash would come in handy. The next morning, however, he returned the currency. "Tell me," said the banker, "what kept you honest? We never could have traced the loss or pinned the blame on you." The young man said, "I decided I just didn't want to live with a thief."
Representative Brooks.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, thank you. I would like to remind you and our good colleagues here in the House that it is baseball season.
Thank you, Rep. Brooks. Go
You're
Rockies.
welcome. Okay, thanks. Oh, wait, no, I have more. This, in my mind, is clearly strike two. We had strike one earlier, lowering the reserve of the general fund. This is strike two. I don't know that necessarily it's like the pipe down the middle, that you're just taking all the way. I kind of see this more as that high and tight chin music that you really ought to bail out of the batter's box for, but yet it still looked too good, and we still whiffed at it, and so it's strike two. Sure, you probably can look ahead, not to get too much of a spoiler alert, but we get punched out at the plate here on strike three, called looking. That'll be a little bit later. But let me talk a little bit more about strike two. This is the piggy bank that we weren't supposed to get into. We broke, and now we're just looking at the money on the floor thinking, well, we'll just take a little bit more out of it. We broke it a long time ago. Actually, the research that I show is back in 2019, and we keep coming back to this. Senate Bill 19-261, 088. We satiated our appetite there for a little bit, but we came back real hungry again in 2025 because we ran 25-1078, 25-081, 25-1224, and then also Senate Bill 25-290. We came back in special session again and did the same thing. So my colleague from deep in the West Colorado town of El Paso had mentioned it earlier that we keep coming back and back and back. This is, again, the strike two reference of setting up a notice that we're operating in great peril. We are continuing to do things. We are continuing to go into an area to where we ought to be signaling that there is a deep problem. And we're not fixing that deep problem. We're continuing to just dig further down. Taking against the interest, I guess, could be argued one way. Take it against the actual corpus of the funds, I believe, is entirely different, still unsettling, deeply unsettling discussion. Colorado, we have got to figure this out. This is not the way. To be perfectly honest, has the ship sailed for this budget season in this chamber to be able to do what we need to do in order to reverse the course? Yeah. Yeah. This is third reading. We're going to get through the rest of this. We're going to come back in a heap of a mess next fiscal season. Hopefully, we're not going to go back to measures like this. Hopefully, we're not going to go back to measures like dropping the reserve. Hopefully, at some point, we are going to make meaningful reprioritizations that are going to help Colorado and stop the runaway freight train before it does plunge us off the edge. Sounds hyperbolic. I truly don't believe that it is. We have got to wake up, pay attention, stop doing things like this.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be a no on this bill, and I just want to explain my reasoning. Article 3, distribution of powers in our state constitution reads, the powers of the government of this state are divided into 3 distinct departments, the legislative, executive, and judicial, and no person or collection of persons charged with the exercise of powers properly belonging to one of these departments shall exercise any power properly belonging to either of the others. We've discussed over the last few days not telling the judiciary branch what to do. What's not really been discussed up here is we don't hold this trust. This trust is held by the executive branch under the office of the treasurer. This bill looks over that fence at his pile of money, covets it, and then deigns to take it. I don't think we truly have the authority to direct the executive branch, the office of the treasurer, to do anything with that trust. It is his trust. It is not our trust. And I don't believe this is right. I know there probably are other opinions. This is mine, and I will be a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Flannel.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. You know, during interim, right before I was sworn in, or maybe it was after I was sworn in, somebody contacted me and asked if I could put out a post on social media because I have a really large following and just, you know, bring this to people's attention that there is this website and that they can claim unfunded funds. And I did so. A lot of people actually did thank me for it because they happen to have unclaimed funds, including my dad, who had quite a few $1,000s, and then my sister. I think I had maybe 30 cents, and it really wasn't worth it for my time. But that said, I can't help but think, you know, this is very similar to when you're walking down the street and you suddenly see a $20 bill on the ground, and you pick it up and you hurry up and put it in your pocket without looking around to see, hey, maybe somebody who actually really needs this $20 dropped it. And I think that that's what we're doing. And we're not really, you know, I mean, there isn't really an effective way to notify owners or to notify people of this website. And I know that that could possibly, you know, cost money, but I don't think that just because people aren't aware that there's money out there for them, especially in a time when they could really use it, when the economy isn't great, that doesn't mean that we can just claim it. I think that this blurs the lines between safeguards and taking, and I asked my members to be, well, I asked my colleagues to be a no. Thank you.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I've said this before. I like to bring balance when I do things and discuss things. It's part of who I am. I will take, and I think all of us in the JBC will take criticism from drawing $45 million from this fund this year. But I also wish you would acknowledge in the fiscal note, it's very clear the adult dental, we have taken the decision as a JBC for the adult dental, which has been taken out of this fund for more than 10 years, over $700 million. We stopped that by way of this bill. And we said, from this point onward, that's coming out of the general fund. So please, I'll take as many arrows as you want to give me for the $45 million. But please also recognize from a balance standpoint that we took a very tough position to say no longer could the adult dental come out of this fund. It was now going to come out of the general fund, which made the budgeting even more difficult. So please, let's just acknowledge both and not just always go after the negative. Thank you.
Representative Kelty, this is your second time speaking. You have 5 minutes and 53 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And wow. Well, I'm even more mad then, because I didn't realize that this fund has been stolen from for 10 years. Whether it's paying for adult dental, or it still doesn't make stealing right. It still doesn't make stealing money from this fund that belongs to the people of Colorado okay. Doesn't matter what you're spending it on, you still can't. This is like a Robin Hood thing or something. I don't know what this is, but this money belongs literally directly to the people. You're taking it. For 10 years, I didn't even realize that. That makes it even 10 times worse than what we're doing. And we're saying, well, we're going to steal one more time from you. Just one more time. But we won't do it no more. There's no guarantee for that. What makes it so where you won't steal it from it for something else? I mean, no. I'm sorry. Stealing once, stealing twice is still stealing. Stealing now and promising I won't do it again later. No. I mean, my kids, it's like my kids saying, oh, well, I'm going to just go ahead and steal from the store. Just this one time, because, it's justified, because I'm not going to do it again. No, we should never have done it to begin with. This money has never been paid back into the fund. Theft is theft. It doesn't matter what you're doing it for. It's wrong. Everyone needs to understand that we do have some budget woes, but two wrongs don't make a right. And this is a major, major wrong. We can do better than this. Stop stealing from my people in Colorado. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative DeGraff, this is your second time speaking. You have 1 minute and 22 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember that now after we talked about this the other day. This should have been two bills. This should have been, because now if we vote against it, we're voting for long-term theft. If we vote for it, we're voting for the now theft and actually taking the other money, the $70 million per year roughly, and putting it where it should have been. The state set up a priority, and it pitted adult dental against the citizens of Colorado by tapping into, long-term, programmatically tapping into this fund. This is nothing on the JBC. I appreciate you uncovering that, but this really creates a problem. Are you voting for long-term theft or short-term theft? Neither one of those is a great option. But again, to the citizens of Colorado, this is how they'll treat you if they get rid of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This bill is very important as a part of our budget package to ensure that we are delivering a balanced budget. There's not a single person, not anyone, who has made a claim for their property in the UPTF who hasn't been able to receive it due to lack of funds, because that's not the case. And I appreciate what my colleague from Mesa shared about what the entirety of the bill does. Yes, there is a use of $75 million in the current fiscal year, but also a savings of $60 million in the next fiscal year and $70 million in the next fiscal year after that due to stopping the sweep for paying for adult dental within Medicaid. We are also stopping another transfer that had been set up in law from happening going forward that would take $30 million and send it to DOLA. We're stopping that transfer going forward as well. But again, this is necessary for balancing. We had to make a lot of really difficult decisions. But as we've debated this budget, what I have heard is you don't want to take more from the reserve. That's a hard line from you. You didn't want us to take it from the senior homestead property exemption, so we didn't. We didn't do that. I guess we could do that instead if that's more palatable. We could stop all the Medicaid waivers that we have in this state. Those waivers are optional. We don't have to do that. But we didn't think that was a good choice either. This is a choice that I would submit is not actually that hard. No one's being harmed. No one's being harmed with this bill. Everybody's getting their property back who is making a legitimate claim. They're getting their claims fulfilled. But this is preventing us from taking deeper, deeper cuts in critical places in our budget that my constituents and yours rely upon.
Representative Gonzalez, this is your second time speaking on the bill. You have 7 minutes and 8 seconds remaining.
I will not take up that long, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you. Okay, so again, I just want to emphasize that we keep coming every single year. Again, the Uncounted Property Trust Fund. Now, we can argue that no one's being harmed, but people are being indirectly harmed. Again, the moral principle, this is not our money. Now, we talked about senior homestead exemptions. You want to make seniors actually upset that we're going to pause it? I have an idea. Let's cut government. Let's cut more FTEs. Let's cut the departments, because at a time when we have to make these cuts, departments came and they said, we want a modest 0.3% increase. We need 50 more FTEs. We can make all the cuts right there instead of growing more FTEs and more government by a modest percent to help offset this. So there are other alternatives that do not involve going after Medicaid waivers and do not go after the senior homestead exemptions. And again, I would just emphasize, this is not our money. It is not. Moral principles. This is what the government should be. Government of consent, and a lot of people do not consent that we continue to raid this trust fund. And up to date, we can argue, well, we're going to stop paying the dental stuff from this program. What's to say next year we're going to come back and undo that? There's always the risk that that could happen. Not saying that will happen, but that could also be a risk that happens. And so up to date, we have not paid back any of that money. Now you can argue, well, everybody who makes a claim will get their money. Yeah, we also make the process very difficult and complex. We hear about that from people. And again, it costs resources and money. But again, people do not know. People do not know that they have money in this trust fund. We have a moral obligation to defend the interests of the people and who this money is, the trust fund. So I, again, feel very strongly about this. I know it'll come up second time, but hearing some remarks, no disrespect to my colleagues about this. I know you guys had to make some tough decisions, but I think we should also be looking at ways of stopping growing FTEs in government where we don't have to raid this trust fund. Because again, lawsuits are coming, we're gonna lose, and we're gonna lose money. So I respectfully disagree with my colleagues on the JBC. There are alternatives, and I think the governor has some projects too that we could easily cut, but we do not. And so I'm still no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1401 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine. Members, please proceed to vote.
Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Representative Ryden, excused. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 19 no, 4 excused and 2 absent, House Bill 1401 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1402.
House Bill 1402 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning the transfer of money to the Capital Construction Fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1402 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regretfully, I return to request permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment will make a technical correction to how the money is moved from one fund to another.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1402. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 8 no, 5 excused, 2 absent, permission is granted. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L004 to House Bill 1402.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This was identified by our staff and the department. Essentially, these funds are being moved to provide for a capital project in the Department of Public Safety, and currently they are reflected as an appropriation. This amendment will allow them to be reflected as a transfer, and I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L004 to House Bill 1402. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 9 no, 5 excused, 2 absent, Amendment L004 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the passage of House Bill 1402 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1402 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Foray and Story. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 1 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1402, as amended, is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1403.
House Bill 1403 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the prevention of the transfer of unexpended information technology annual depreciation lease equivalent payments to the general fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1403 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1403 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye, 3 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1403 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1404.
House Bill 1404 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning transferring money from the Tobacco Education Programs Fund to the Preschool Programs Cash Fund and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1404 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1404 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 53 ayes, 6 no, 4 excused, 2 absent, House Bill 1404 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1405.
House Bill 1405 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning transfers of money from certain cash funds to the general fund.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1405 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1405 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Goldstein Valdez. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 15 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1405 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1406.
House Bill 1406 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning the repeal of certain provisions regarding the funding of capital construction and in connection therewith, reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1406 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the last time today, I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is an amendment to address reviser's comment letter due to a conflict with another bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1406. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote? Representative Phillips, you are on mute.
Yes.
Representative
Yes.
Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 ayes, 7 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, permission is granted. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L001 to House Bill 1406 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We received a notice of a reviser's comment letter from the good attorneys at OLLS who had discovered a conflict with another bill that is moving through the system. House Bill 261332 also touches on some statute in this bill, but that bill is moving ahead of this bill's process, so we are able to resolve the conflicts by simply striking these sections. So I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L001 to House Bill 1406. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, Amendment L001 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the passage of House Bill 1406 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1406 as amended on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 ayes, 1 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1406 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1407.
House Bill 1407 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning state money that was used to refinance money received from the Federal Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and in connection therewith transferring unspent state money to the general fund, extending a deadline for the use of state money and reducing appropriations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1407 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1407 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 ayes, 16 no, 4 excused, 2 absent, House Bill 1407 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1408.
House Bill 1408 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning the establishment of processes for the determination of budget requests for the upcoming state fiscal year.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1408 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very quickly, wanted to take this opportunity to once again open the conversation about zero-based budgeting. Yes, I know that's not specifically what this policy is doing. However, the title is broad enough for the conversation to be made on this mic. And remind the body that when Texas went through a zero-based budgeting process a number of years ago when they were fighting fiscal deficits, they not only found enough money to satisfy the deficit, they actually found, I think, billions of dollars in excess in order to do other things with. And so going to a system wherein we look at departments on maybe an 8 or 10-year cycle, where every department every 8 years or so goes through a zero-based budgeting process so that we're not doing all of them all at once, but we are requiring our departments to go down to zero and justify every dollar moving up. We may find that there are programs or other sorts of dollars that we could appropriate for other things. And so I just take this opportunity to both support this bill, but also to encourage the conversation moving forward to adopt a zero-based budgeting model in some form. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1408 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Representative Stewart R. Please close the machine. With 59 ayes, 0 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1408 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1409.
House Bill 1409 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the distribution of money collected from the retail marijuana sales tax.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1409 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I know we had a bill similar to this last year that we debated as well, and I also understand what this bill aims to do, which is to reduce local revenue for the cannabis industry. I just want to come here and explain why I will be a strong no vote on this specific bill. We have seen time and time again that while this, again, I know that this is taking local revenue away from local governments for cannabis, I think that we should also stress that this industry specifically is an important sector, whether we like it or not, to the state of Colorado. One side over-regulates them to the ground, and the other side sees them as a taboo. And so I think this industry right now doesn't know which way to go to. And in a time where we're facing budget deficit, we're going to see this industry start to pull out from Colorado. And not only will we be losing this specific money to reallocate somewhere else, we're talking about millions of dollars in the long run of tax revenue that the state will be losing out. And so because of that, I just cannot support this. While, again, I understand what this bill does, I cannot support it, and I will be a no.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is, just once again, these priorities that we have. The increase of the distribution of the MCTF beginning in 2026, the bill annually transfers the remaining revenue above 15% reserve requirement from the MTCF to the state public schools. So how is this distributed? 3.5% is distributed to local governments. 3.5% to share the load in the, share the wealth, whatever, in the MCTF. And so the state, despite its proclivity to send all kinds of unfunded mandates down, hence the zero fiscal note, dollar fiscal notes that we'll continue to see as we go forward, meaning that it's just being put more on the local, on the municipalities, unfunded mandates, right? Because that's how the General Assembly saves money on its good intentions, right? And if a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need a gun. Unfortunately, they generally need a gun. But you have money that you have set up in this program, 3.5% going to the municipalities. And now you're just going to take that from them, and then you're going to send more unfunded mandates to them. So I don't really understand and that is to balance the budget here. So all of the municipalities, they probably have some sort of projection there about that 3.5%, and instead of saying, hey, we're going to take that excess revenue and we're going to spend it and we're going to share it with the municipalities upon whom this body continually imposes unfunded mandates, then we're going to transfer it to the public school fund, and that sounds great. But maybe we should look at some of those funds. Like the public school fund, I think it's the Colorado's population has increased by 4.4% since 2019. The size of our state budget has increased 44%. Medicaid is up 76%. K-12 funding has risen 24.3%, while student enrollment has decreased 5.6%. Some other stats, just for those wondering, property crime is property crime is actually down a little bit, while violent crime is up 16%. Probably because you're disarming all of the law-abiding citizens. Our rate of economic growth has been cut in half. So what are we going to do with the funds? What we're going to do with the funds is we're going to give them to the public school system, because that sounds great. This is just another fees for feels program. And instead of helping the municipalities, we're going to send it to another program that has, and what are the results? Well, there's like an 80% graduation rate. That's awesome. But if you wind it back a little bit, there's a 25% meets or exceeds graduation requirements. So I'm not really sure how we graduate 80% of the people when only 25% meet or exceed standards. But what are we going to do with that 3.5%? We're going to keep it at the state level, and we're going to accumulate it. And if it gets above a certain level, all appropriations and the 15% reserve requirement. I've heard of this 15% reserve requirement somewhere before. Maybe that MCTF reserve requirement could be lowered a little bit, but by golly, we got to protect that marijuana cash reserve. Man, we got our priorities straight. So we're going to send it to a program that has K-12 funding has risen for 24.3%, while student enrollment has decreased 5.6%. That's why they need more money. Enrollment is going down, costs are going up, spending is going up. So what we need to do is this General Assembly has decided the way it's going to fix the problem is going to be to take more money from the municipalities of the Colorado, and by taking more of their money, we are going to help them cope better with all of the unfunded mandates that are imposed upon them. Doesn't make sense to me, but I only taught calculus, so somebody else can figure that out.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1409 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Winter, thank you. Please close the machine. With 42 ayes, 17 no, 4 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1409 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1411.
House Bill 1411 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Mobley and Kirkmeyer, concerning changes to health insurance benefits for certain low-income individuals who are not eligible for medical assistance due to their immigration status and connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1411 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please explain briefly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our drafter for this bill caught some inconsistencies in the bill after the passage of the amendment on second reading. This amendment would fix the effective dates, and so I would ask for permission to run it.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1411. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 47 aye, 13 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, permission is granted. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L008 to House Bill 1411 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This, as I said, is an amendment that our drafter identified is necessary in order to true up the effective dates of various sections within the bill. It really does nothing more than that, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L008 to House Bill 1411. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Bacon and Clifford. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 17 no, 3 excused, and 2 absent, House Amendment L008 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the passage of House Bill 1411 as amended.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I suppose that had there not been an amendment to remove a cap on this program, might have put me in a little bit more of a quandary than I am right now. Might have put me in a place to where I would have thought, okay, well, at least the cap is honoring the work that the Joint Budget Committee did in trying to find a way to contain somewhat the runaway spending that this program has created. It would have been difficult because it would have almost been a tacit support of the program, which I, again, kind of have difficulty with. I said on second reading that I wasn't going to take a route of being overly political, even though, you know, obviously pretty easy to do so from a fundamental standpoint on my part. And I'll avoid that now as well, because truly I think what we have in front of us is yet again another very concerning math problem. By removing the cap, we are setting ourselves up for a world of hurt in subsequent years. Fine, I understand that an argument can be made that it does not have a fiscal impact on this current budget year. If we think for a second that this doesn't have a profound impact moving down the road, I don't know if you've been looking at the numbers of what this program has done and the exponential growth that this program has gone through in just a very, very short period of time. This is not the program that y'all thought it was going to be in terms of what you thought it was going to cost. Whatever the best intentions were, to be able to come up with something that fit a need that some thought was there, to be able to meet that, and then the best intentions of what that program would look like from an impact to the state budget are as divergent as could possibly be. This is growing out of control in a manner that should be deeply concerning, not from a political standpoint, but from our ability to afford this in this state. We cannot. And through the process of the orbitals, what we ended up doing is, or through the process, this entire budget week, we did not actually find areas we could say, you know what, we find this program to be so darned important that let's at least find ways to try to fund it responsibly through cutting and trimming here and there. Instead, there really wasn't any effort that I identified to try to do that. Instead, it's like, let's wait until this subject comes up and then just vote to remove the cap. Let's just vote to tear the lid off this thing and let it grow in an uncontrolled manner for years to come. We've reduced the reserve in order to pay for programs we cannot afford. We have once again dipped into, with all due respect, unclaimed property trust fund, which is concerning enough. But yet then, on the other hand, we're going to remove a cap on a program that is proven to have an unquenchable appetite for our tax dollars. Honestly, what are we doing? We could go through this process, and I think it's safe to say that whatever decisions that are made, simply by math, from this side to that side in this chamber, probably I'm not going to get my way. Probably we are not going to get our way. But then there's an entirely different level that I'm a little surprised we're even comfortable having a discussion at, irrespective of side. We cannot continue to just think that if we just wish it, that it will happen, that we've got some way to fund it because it's a good idea and we think it's important. It doesn't work like that. We've got to show a modicum of fiscal responsibility, and with this removing the cap, we are not. Now, you already know that I don't agree with the program to begin with, but let's just pretend that I do, just for a second. Still, I'd be saying the same thing. I'd be saying that we can't afford it. We can't afford to tear the lid off of a program that has shown this kind of disregard for cost. As much as it hurts, because it hurt the JBC to even make the recommendation in the first place. If you didn't see the deep sense of regret to the almost to the point of emotional despair that was displayed here at the introduction of this cut that then was undone through an amendment, I don't know what you were watching, but this was incredibly difficult for our bipartisan members of our joint budget committee to do in the first place, and then we destroyed it. We destroyed it because we feel like our needs are more important than their fiscal responsibility to the state. I'm going to ask that we reconsider that and vote no on a program that we quite clearly cannot afford.
Representative DeGraff.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, fees for fields. Charging Colorado for your fields. Compulsion does not equal compassion. It's just compulsion. Charity at the barrel of a gun. Don't pay your taxes, somebody will show up with a gun. We have 150 million people. We could, if we divided the country roughly half and half, that would be 15 of the no person is illegal for every person who actually is illegal. All you had to do is sign up to sponsor those individuals and put your money where your mouth is and say, look, we'll sponsor them. When my grandparents came here, they had to have a sponsor, they had to have a job. Second generation American, I get it. They had to have a job and they had to have a sponsor. They couldn't be a burden on society. What is this? Burden on society. Rights are things like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It does not cost you to not violate my life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, nor does it cost me to violate yours. But if you start charging people and saying it's a right, that's compelled labor for your fields at the barrel of a gun. That is slavery. Your compelling labor to pay for your fields is slavery. Cost effective. If you want cost effective to help these individuals, go topple their socialist countries from which they're fleeing. Don't make more socialist countries here. So let's talk about this. 8 to 10 people were brought in here under the Biden administration illegally. That's where we get the 10. Denver poured about $80 million for the housing, feeding, and doctoring of cartel newcomers at the expense to city jobs and city services, another $98 million to spent to enrolled citizens or the cartel children in public schools at the cost of the citizens of Colorado. But even this level of spending was unacceptably small for the majority party. SB 20-215, health affordability. Those earning less than $79,000 a year qualified for health care regardless of immigration status. Nothing says sanctuary state like including in your bills regardless of immigration status. The program is now called Omnisalud, or salad, whatever.
Omnisalud is not the bill before us. Representative DeGraff, I find your comments highly offensive. Please speak respectfully.
And works with the state's insurance program under the label Colorado Connect. How is this program funded? A new fee was attached to every health care premium. We are talking about it. We are talking about this program. I guarantee it. That tax was added to the premiums.
Excuse me, Representative DeGraff. Representative Brown, please. Representative DeGraff, the program before us is Cover All Coloradans. It
Yes,
is not
ma'am. I'm giving you the history
Omni-Salute.
of how we got here.
I wrote the bill for Cover All Coloradans.
Right, and so you know that it added $400 to $600 per policy, and so it doesn't show up on your policy except in an additional expense because it's paid for by the insurance company itself, correct?
Representative DeGraff, you're speaking about the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. We are speaking about Cover All Coloradans.
Well, these all lead together because these are the same individuals, so the individuals covered under here.
This is
But
a
let me
different
get to this.
program before us. Please speak to this bill.
Okay. So the Colorado for All program, first enacted, the fiscal note said it would cost roughly $2 million in its first year, then $14 million in its second year to cover some 3,700 individuals. That's not what happened. The state spent almost $95 million last year, and costs are expected to rise to almost 130 years. In case those who are wondering, the PV equals NRT, that's roughly doubling. That's an 80% per year growth rate at least, doubling every 11 months. 20,000 children now enrolled, 7,000 pregnant females. The original bill also funded individual outreach efforts to ensure that more people could get coverage. So apparently it's okay to go track down people in the state illegally as long as it's to give them the money from the taxpayers of Colorado. This basically to replace the Medicaid funding that these individuals that are here illegally are not entitled to because they're here illegally. If you go to another country, you're not entitled to their health care. You're not entitled to any of their protections. You're not entitled to be coddled go to any other country. You're not. But here, one city alone, 80 million and another 98 million on the backs of the citizens of Colorado. These are not rights just because it makes you feel good. We've got people from around the world that want to come here, but and what? Do we just prioritize somebody because they're cartelled across our southern border? The cartels control the southern border. Nobody crosses that border without the cartel permission. And so you're looking at human trafficking, and now we're supporting it on the backs of the citizens of Colorado and then pretending it's a right because we get weepy. It is compulsion, it is coerced labor to extract money from the citizens of Colorado to pay for your fields. Healthcare is a great privilege. It is a great responsibility. We are taking this budget, these pink pages, take money from the very needy citizens of Colorado and then give it away, hunt people down in order to give it to them as long as they qualify by being in this country illegally, by breaking the law. That is the qualification for them being here, for being in this program. Citizens of Colorado, this is government being done to you, not for you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I know that this issue particular is very, very touchy. And we see that at that national level across the country. I just want to speak specifically to this bill, of course. And hearing the initial discussion of the bill, there are strong feelings, especially when it comes to children. We all are humane and humanitarian, I think, and we want to take care of the most vulnerable, which includes children. We should also understand that these children did not have any decision or say in coming here unlawfully. I will also like to add, though, for the record, 6 years ago, former President Joe Biden did, in fact, on stage, tell migrants to come. He did. That's on record, okay? He helped influx this mess that we have today. Spearhead it. What I hear back from people in my district who are citizens and who are lawful residents is that they continue to see policies pushed by this body that continue to treat citizens and lawful residents as second-class citizens. They argue, we pay taxes, we came here lawfully, we did the process, we did everything, and now you're basically telling us I could have just come from the line to get here and get free handouts. While this bill specifically deals with children, this is something in echo sentiment that I have heard from time to time. It's something that we don't really discuss about, but again, I know we want to provide for the most vulnerable, for the children, especially to my colleague from Grand Junction. I know how hard this was for him. It's hard for all of us. Because again, we do want to provide a humanitarian standpoint for this. We do. We want people to have access to health care. But I also want to emphasize that this is what the private sector is for. At a time when the government is taking too much money or too much responsibility to have control for almost everything, we should look to the private sector for helping us solve these decisions when it comes to demand, when it comes to price, when it comes to quality. We should be working hand in hand with the private sector, not telling the private sector what to do, but working with the private sector. And that's something that I think we cannot stress enough here. And the example I'd like to add, because it deals with dental, is I'm working with some people in my district to provide free dental care, which is coming later this year for most vulnerable citizens, low-income people, senior citizens, and children. That is what happens. We work together with the private sector, with our partners, and community leaders in our district. While I understand that that costs money, at a time when, again, we're facing cuts to Medicaid and everything, we should be prioritizing. Because here's the thing. How is it fair for the taxpayers? And you can argue that, undocumented migrants pay sales tax, but citizens and everybody pay property taxes and all these taxes upon tax and fees upon fees. And so they say, why is my tax money going towards this? And how is it fair for the people who are here undocumented when the money runs out? What happens then? Because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. What are we going to do then? How are we going to provide for these people when the money runs out? Because the problem with some of these policies is that we're going to eventually run out of people's money, other people's money. We have to be very careful with this. I understand the intent. I understand the principle behind it. But when I have constituents in my district who have voiced their concerns about this, they are tired of being treated as second-class citizens. We should not. Again, I know this is for the children, but we should not incentivize this type of behavior to come to Colorado at a time we have to make cuts to other places, departments, our roads. We always talk about roads. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And it's not Tabor's fault. Tabor pulls very high here in Colorado, next to cannabis, actually. And I think that we should revisit and have hard discussions that some of us are very declined to do to make sure that we provide for the citizens of Colorado, the taxpayers. Yes, undocumented migrants pay sales tax, but the citizens and lawful residents also pay excess taxes and other fees and the like. So as much as I appreciate the noble intent to support children, for those reasons, I will be a no vote.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Temp. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate being allowed to speak without being censored or actively tried to block. We have serious First Amendment issues at times, and we've paid out millions of dollars in settlements. That's always easy when it's other people's money and other people's rights. The last few weeks, about 2 weeks, I've had colleagues that are in this building that have called me selfish, lazy, and a jackass.
Rep. Marshall, please
it goes
speak to the bill.
This bill because it was over this bill.
And Rep. Marshall, we speak to the policy, not the personalities.
Well, the problem is the policy is so emotional, people don't think logical. The problem is we have no limits. And this places our entire budget out of bounds. And we're required by the Constitution to have a balanced budget. And there's some in this building that understand that. My understanding is we now have a JBC member that can't even support this bill, and they are always united, no matter how much they hate what they're doing because of what they've carved out together. The news has constantly reported on this issue, saying it was a 600% increase in just 2 years over what was projected. They're wrong. They weren't looking at the numbers for the children's portion. They were including the entire program. The first year it was out, it was projected to cost $2.1 million. The cost for the children's portion was $17,780,000, a 19 multiple factor increase. The next year, it was supposed to cost $4.3 million. Instead, it was $79,500,000, an 18 times increase. This year, they put a cap. We have 21,000 children in the program, and they were going to cap it at 25,000 to try and cap it at 96 million, which would have been a 23 times factor from what it was originally projected just 3 years ago when they instituted this program. All that money is crowding out other money that could be spent for citizens of this state and residents of this state. Now, the projections may be okay because our year-over-year increase from the 9 times in the first year to 18 times the second year, well, that's 2 times. And the 18 times to the 23 times, that's a 33% increase. So maybe the projections might be okay, that we're looking at a 25% increase from going 21,000 to 25,000 in the next fiscal year. And there may be some sane thought behind putting that cap, but we're still growing at 25%. At the same time, we are cutting the disabled kids program 25% for the caregivers on July 1, 2026. I think a lot of the JBC arguments around that were a little misleading because they said, well, we don't cut till July 1, 27 from 112 to 56. Leaving out, we cut from 112 to 84, July 1, 26. So in 2 months after the governor signs this, that group gets a 25% hit, while we're growing this program 25%. When the amendment was brought to take $7 million from the private prisons so that they wouldn't have to have a cap of $750 for dental care for the undocumented children, and drop it from $1,000 to $750, that was so catastrophic they had to get that money. And I was fine on taking the $7 million, I told the sponsors of the amendment, from that area, but I did not think that was totally appropriate to put the whole $7 million into the undocumented children's thing when it's only $1,000 to $750. They insisted that was catastrophic. But you know what? You could have taken 4% of that $7 million, just 4%, less than 4%. To have the $268,000 to give to the IDD kids so you could delay with the federal matching funds a full year so they could prepare. Rather than in 2 months getting cut 25%, they'd have a year and 2 months to prepare to go from 112 to 56, giving them some breathing space after we have put them dependent. And what that would have meant was the undocumented dental program, instead of a $1,000 cap, it would have a $960 cap. They would still go from $750 to $960. You would think that'd be very reasonable. A $40 hit to a few people compared to the catastrophic hit to people who really can't take it. But the IDD kids, they don't have 30-plus political organizations fighting for them. I didn't see any for the caregivers. And the ones that supposedly fight for them talk to the actual families. What they say happened. I was surprised. I didn't think any ever one watched the Colorado Channel. I had people contact me immediately about that IDD amendment and the caregiver amendment. Well, and on this children's program. They said they watched the board. We can't just keep having programs with no limits, especially when it's taking away from others and you have to make choices. So that's why I have to be a no on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It absolutely feels good to help other people. I mean, that's probably the reason most of us are here. But we can't do it in a short-sighted manner. I do want to thank the JBC members for bringing the original bill unamended. It started with an appropriate cap. It started with the recognition that once government opens up a program, it's going to draw people into it. It's going to raise demand. It's going to raise costs over time. And a recognition that in this state, we cannot afford to do that. And then through amendment, it definitely lost its way. We're not DC. We can't just throw money at programs and if we run short, print more. When they do that there, it leads to inflation and it hurts everybody by increasing the cost of living through pretty much an inflationary tax on workers, on families, on the poor, on the elderly, on the children. And luckily, we can't do that. I mean, we can't print Colorado bucks. I'm glad we can't print Colorado bucks. My colleague from Highlands Ranch just went through the numbers, and we know that uncapped, this will continue to grow, and it's going to squeeze out programs that we do need desperately, programs that are the core reason that this government exists. And we have put caps on other programs. Those have been mentioned. We've capped and reduced what we provide to providers. Caps are not unknown, they're not unreasonable. And I do believe they need to be returned, and we can't do that today in this chamber. I'm greatly disturbed by the fact that our own JBC members have said, at least one has said, that this could very well unbalance our budget. Never have I wanted to see the Senate take action to change a bill that originates in the House more than this one. If we don't pass it, there's no cap. If we do pass it, there's no cap. So I'm going to be a no, and I hope the Senate fixes this one because I fear it will pass. And even if it doesn't, it still needs a cap. It needs to be applied in the Senate if we can't do it here. So please vote no or yes. Either way, the results are going to be the same. But I would vote no just to support the fact that in its original form, it did something good. It provided for those that were in need, but it didn't provide so much unconstrained over time that we were going to produce more folks in need. So thanks for your time.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not as if I will say anything revelatory, but I do feel the need on behalf of my constituents to stand at the mic and say no to this program as well. Last year in the 25-26 long bill, this body approved $32 million to go to this program. In February of this year, this body approved another $21 million to go to this program. Under this bill, for this fiscal year, 25-26, this body is looking to approve roughly another $50 million to go to this program. Which means that last April, this body believed that this would cost Colorado $32 million, and now we're looking at nearly $100 million. I don't dispute that the fiscal analysts are doing what they can to make sense of this. But how do you make sense of a program that you don't control the numbers for? When you eliminate the amount of people who can enroll, the capping of the amount of people who can enroll, it's very challenging to know how much something is going to cost. How do you do projections? You don't know if people will apply or not apply. So you do with what you can, but obviously what we can is deficient. Our omnipotent meter is out of order right now. Last year we had to cut nearly $1 billion in the long bill. We had to take another swipe at it in the special session. An additional $71 million goes a long way to advancing a variety of projects and proposals. And here we're creating a program and making promises to people across the board that we're increasingly unable to fulfill. Keep your promise even when it hurts. That's what I've been taught. And we're making promises under this bill for even more people that we're likely not going to be able to fulfill. For these people and all of those other promises that we have made to others, as has been noted. The teachers that we promised scholarships to that we're not going to fulfill. The veterans we promised to refund that we haven't fulfilled. The conservation easements, their trusts that we haven't paid off. What is in our deficit ledger of broken promises? The fiscal note was updated on Thursday to reflect the amendment. And it brought the reduction down by roughly $8 million. But we don't know that those numbers are actually going to be true. The next year's budget was already looking to spend $127 million on this program. We started out at $32 million this year. This April, we're at $127 million for the coming year. Where are we going to be next year at that rate? Going to be $500 million to fund this program? I understand that for certain members in this building, because of your districts, pushing the red button is a hard choice. But this is a hard conversation. And making these decisions now and making more of an easy decision now, it will result in even harder conversations to come. Because right now we have roughly 21,000 kids on this program. If we increase that number and then next year come to realize we can't sustain this, then we've added kids that we've given services to that we're now going to have to deny those services. It's much easier to say no to new enrollees than to say, sorry, I know we were paying for this all along, but we're going to have to kind of drop you now, and I know you were relying on this and detrimentally so, but you know, we just don't got it. The easier of the hard choices is today. And if we don't make it, the harder of the hard choices will come tomorrow. The other thing to keep in mind is what the JBC member did point out. This likely puts it puts our budget out of balance. which is constitutionally inappropriate. And so those $8 million that were speculated to be saved, even though based on the past practice of the last couple years, it's going to be well beyond that, it's going to have to be found somewhere else. And where are those cuts going to come from? I ask for a no vote.
Representative Carter?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I generally don't speak on these topics because as an individual, I don't like coming to the well and speaking on things that are not organic to me. But as we were sitting here and we were having the conversation, and Rep. DeGraff said something that really made me think. We are a nation of immigrants that for some reason has decided that we don't love immigrants. My wife was born in Austria. Her father was a Jewish man that immigrated in the 1940s. Her mother was a Polish woman named Dzerzhinsky from eastern Ukraine that immigrated in the 50s. My family immigrated from a place called Texas. I don't understand how we believe that this nation was built on give me you're tired, you're hungry, and you're poor. And I don't see any except in those words. It's comedy that today I did not do this on purpose. I'm wearing my Aurora Public School t-shirt. I'm wearing my Aurora Public School shirt. If you are a child and you show up in Aurora Public Schools, you know what you get? You get a hot meal, you get a seat in the class, and you get a teacher. You know what you don't get? A question about where you came from. We don't care. We don't. Because that's what the whole concept of this country is about.
And
Give me your
Representative
tired-
Carter, I want to give you leeway here, but I will invite you to bring this back to the bill.
The bill is about the concept, give me you're tired, you're hungry, and you're poor. It's about accepting the individuals who come to this country and taking care of them. I don't understand why that's hard, and I'm going to be an aye vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be brief. I think that there's been quite a bit of debate on this. When I take a look at it, all I can look at the process is what we had, and I think the JBC really in good faith worked really hard. My colleague from Castle Rock brought up that it was emotional for them to talk about having to do this, so I think that they did put their heart into this. I don't think that they just glossed things over, and I think that the conclusion and the solution they came to was responsible. Responsible not only for the people that they were trying to help, but responsible for the people of Colorado. I talk to constituents all the time in my district that can't afford health insurance, and they're struggling right now. And I had somebody explain it to me one time, and I just want to relay their story so you all could hear, because they said it in a real common sense way, which is, imagine if you only have so much food and you cook dinner and you and your family sit down and you sit down with your 3 kids, and when it comes time to divvy up that food, you pull your kids from the table and you let somebody else come in and eat. And that was come from a constituent, and I can see their frustration a little bit. I think that lifting the cap is just, when we look at the fiscal responsibility of the state and how fast this can balloon, I just worry that this is obviously going to throw the budget out of balance, and we don't know where the cuts are going to come from next. And purely to me, when we look at the dollars and cents of this, I just worry what it's going to do to the state. I don't think anybody wants to hurt anybody, but I think at some point, I mean, putting a cap on there that allowed for exponential growth already with inside this program, to say we have to do this, we have to be somewhat fiscally responsible, there has to be some type of stopgap. And I appreciate the JBC for their work. I appreciate all 3 of my colleagues from the JBC for their work, especially the representative from Grand Junction, because he really wears his heart on his sleeve. And you all need to know this didn't just bug him in the podium the other day. It's bugged him for a few weeks every time we talk about the long bill. And I couldn't imagine the weight on y'all's hearts having to do that. But we don't always come to a grand compromise in this building, and I just think it's really unfortunate that after the JBC did what they did, we've kind of unfortunately pitted them against each other based on political party. And I respect the representative from Boulder for the words he said the other day, and his support for the representative from Grand Junction. And that's how I know that this compromise took some time, and this compromise was tough because there was emotion involved. And I appreciate both of those gentlemen and the lady that works for the JBC staff or is on the JBC. It's just it's hard to watch these individuals go through this, and then just it be so politicized, because I think that they really gave a good faith effort, and it's just the nature of the building. I think everybody has made strong points on both sides. I just don't know how as a state, how we can continue to just pretend that this isn't going to have ramifications upon the budget and all the people of Colorado. And I just wanted to put that on the record.
Representative DeGraff. This is your second time to speak. You have 2 minutes and 32 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, I love immigrants. Compulsion is not charity. Those both are true. So to directly come up here and state that I don't is offensive. But in my 2 minutes, I want to clarify that those children and pregnant females are in fact endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That also is true. That to secure their rights, their governments were instituted among men and have been found lacking. That failure does not incur a moral obligation on our citizens. Now, when my grandparents, as a second-generation American, came here, they were required to have a sponsor and have a job. 1 million of the majority party, roughly, let's just say, $150 million for this program. The fee for fields, you can go with sponsorship, $150 per year. Gifts, grants, and donations. Put your money where your mouth is, but don't compel my labor for your fields. Programs like this encourage cartelling the children into this country. Nearly 400,000 were trafficked to addresses sharpied on their arm, 10% of which, 40,000 children, were sent to sexually exploitive homes. That's a problem with this program. Programs like this also create a shadow economy where wages are devalued, and then that money is sent back to support and prop up the abusive governments.
Representative DeGraff, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just feel like I need to clarify. One, I didn't think I'd have to clarify that I actually like immigrants. I like them a lot. They're great Americans. But we have an immigration process. Children should not be trafficked. Bills like this encourage children to be trafficked. That's my problem. Don't compel my labor for your fields. Don't create unintended victims because of bad policy.
Representative Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have a lot of things in our state that are problematic, I would say. I think incentivizing the wrong things is one of our biggest problems. And I do want to correct the representative from El Paso, something he said earlier, that we have cartels in this state. It's actually not true anymore. Now they're foreign terrorist organizations. That's what we've officially designated them. And it's true. And unfortunately, some of those foreign terrorist actors that are part of those organizations bring their children with them. And that is unfortunate. Because we all care about children, we all care about people, and I would argue and I would contend with the words of our other representative from Denver who said that some of us don't care about immigrants. That is entirely untrue. I would believe that there's not a single person in this chamber that doesn't deeply care about people, all people. My family comes from families of immigrants. I would argue that every single one of us that sit in here come from families of immigrants. I don't know how anybody with a pulse in the state of Colorado or in the United States of America could argue that their ancestors did not come here as immigrants at some point in time. My family did it legally, and we didn't come here for incentives that were promised, but for the work that was available, and did it through proper ways and proper means. And an interesting point that I'll make too. I've spent years of my life overseas in other countries legally, except this one time I was in Germany, and I was there legally. My family was there with me. And we have what are called status of force cards, where the German government allowed my family to live there under other agreements that the countries had made together. Those sofas, as they're called, they had an expiration date on them. I was there for the duration of my orders, and then my orders got extended by 2 months.
Representative Slot, again, I do want to give leeway. Would just ask that you bring it back to the bill.
Yes, Madam Speaker, absolutely will.
Thank you.
So while we were there in Germany, and when I got extended, I didn't pay attention to the fact that my family's sofa cards had an expiration date on them that we had passed. Only by a few days, when we went to the airport to get on the airplane to fly back to the United States. The German immigration official almost kept my wife and kids in detention with him because they were no longer legally present in Germany. And they saw them as using the resources of their country in an inappropriate and an illegal way. So this is where this circles back to this bill. It didn't matter that the gentleman at immigration there didn't not like my family. That wasn't true. He recognized that I had a wife and 3 very small children at that time. We didn't have the 4th yet. But he also recognized that we weren't legally present, and therefore we were not due the benefits of being in the country that he protected. Similarly with this bill, we are still providing for people who are not legally present because we do have compassion for their situation. We do care about the children. We absolutely care. If we could repeal the whole thing, I wouldn't be sad about that. I think it's a bad policy, and I think it's one of our biggest problems in the state of Colorado. Absolutely one of our biggest problems. Arguably, our biggest problem in the state of Colorado is our sanctuary state status. Arguably. It impacts our crime. It impacts our education. It impacts our health care. I would love to work on seeing real and lasting solutions at other levels of government. But that is more of a federal matter than here. What we have to talk about is the expenditure of Coloradans' money, true Coloradans, and the money that they earn and that they contribute to the system, and whether or not we simply cap the number of people who can benefit from that money. I know we had an amendment. I don't think it was a good one. In our Declaration of Independence, we said that taxation without consent was one of our reasons for needing to separate from the country that we once belonged to. I would say that many people, a vast majority of people in the state of Colorado would not consent to being taxed and having that money spent on the benefits of people who are not here legally. Though they would recognize with compassion, like all of us have, that something must be done. So we allowed for something to be done. I don't know that we need to allow for an indefinite and an increased all the time, far above and beyond the scope of the original intention thing to be done with compassion. I think the cap was a good thing. I think we should have stuck with that. And I think we need to address the problem that is larger as we move forward with other legislation. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you. This is my second time to speak, and I'm betting
Yes,
I've
it
got
is.
about 4 minutes left.
You have 3 minutes and 1 second remaining.
Okay, 3 minutes. Yeah, 1 second. That's gone now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to very respectfully use my colleague from Aurora, his scenario as an illustration to what I was trying to get at the first time I came up, that if 5,000 children showed up to a single point of need in a school system, if 5,000 kids show up on Monday to school in a school district, they are not going to get a hot meal. They are all not going to get a seat in a classroom. They are not all going to get a teacher. Not because we don't want to do that, but because the infrastructure will not support it. If you've got 5,000 kids that show up on Monday that want those things, despite our best intention, we are not going to be able to deliver those because we do not have the infrastructure to deliver what we would like to, or what we want to, or what we feel is our responsibility to, or what makes us emotionally feel right about it. There's an infrastructure need there that needs to exist before we can support what we want. By removing in an amendment the cap that the Joint Budget Committee had painfully placed on this program, we are opening an opportunity, if not inviting it with warm arms, to completely overwhelm our ability to be able to answer from an infrastructure ability, i.e. we don't have the money. We don't have it. It doesn't matter what we want to do. It doesn't matter what we think that we should do. We can't do it.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am, if the majority of this chamber decides to vote no on this bill, that would be really, truly, actually a great day for me. Why? Because then we make 0 cuts, 0 changes to cover all Coloradans. The program stays completely and totally intact. You all vote no? The advocates, my true wish becomes real. That would be such a great day in this state. But I'm actually not going to say, please vote no. Because I also fundamentally understand our obligation of passing a balanced budget. And while there are these ideas of what might, may, possibly, maybe, probably might happen, the amendments we adopted in 1411 still maintain a balanced budget. Voting no on 1411 will unbalance all of the work that every single person that has come down to show esteem for our JBC members has done. As much as I would love to see 1411 go down, it needs to pass. I also need to clarify some things. Colorado's revenue comes by many different sources, and one of those sources are taxpayers. Who are taxpayers in Colorado? Taxpayers is every single person that lives here and spends money. It's the people that travel through Colorado, stop at a gas station, get their road trip treats. Who lives in Colorado? Coloradans live in Colorado. There is no such thing as a Colorado citizen. There are Colorado residents. Colorado residents can have many different statuses. From being a US citizen to being an asylum seeker, maybe temporary protective status, a refugee. Colorado residents are people who move to Colorado or are born in Colorado, and they pay taxes. In 2022, immigrants, undocumented immigrants, contributed 10% of Colorado's revenue. Supporting programs that ensure that every person who lives in this state has the ability to thrive does not solely sit on the backs of citizens. It's every person who lives in this state, every person who crosses through this state, and every person who pays taxes. And that includes immigrants, documented, TPS, refugee, asylee, the tiniest population that everyone somehow thinks to clump all undocumented immigrants as actually undocumented, but the reality is they are documented in just many different forms. If we had longer, maybe the good representative from Denver could give everyone in this chamber a true lesson on what our immigration system is like. There is no single one right way. But again, go ahead, vote no. Vote no on 1411. That would be a gift to me. Thank you.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate this.
This is your second time to speak. You have 6 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
Thank you. Okay, so I appreciate the discussion that we had because, as I said earlier, this is a very, very touchy subject. I am so glad that my colleague from Adams talked about the taxpayers because the importance of the taxpayers shall not go unnoticed. And how do we do that and how do we protect our taxpayers with Tabor? Tabor is the reason why the people can have nice things. I would just like to add, I would be more inclined to support this bill if we had a cap. We did. We cannot continue to go down this road of unsustainable, insolvable, long-term types of policies that at the end of the day, we're basically incentivizing this behavior. We are. And I know a lot of you love this federal administration. What these policies are doing is that you are literally jeopardizing federal funds. When we are making cuts, we have to make cuts. We're also taking a risk. This is coming from members of JBC. We are taking a risk of losing federal funds of some of the policies that we have pushed here in this body. Now, unfortunately, as much as I would love immigration to also fall in the hands of the states, it does not. Federal law is supreme, sorry. Federal law is supreme. At the end of the day, it is supreme. And I think that's something that we have to account for. Because when we have to protect every dollar, every cent at a time when we have to cut $1 billion, we cannot jeopardize federal funds. And we risk losing that. And we will be in a bigger hole. So if we had a cap, I'd be happy to support it, but I'm still a no.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that if you were born in the United States, if you were not born in the United States, if you have documentation, if you do not have documentation, you are a real Coloradan. Do not mistreat foreigners living in your country, but treat them as you would treat your own citizens. Love foreigners as you love yourselves, because you were foreigners at one time. That is from Leviticus. You know, I'm always so confused when people say, this group of people came here the right way, and this group of people did not come here the right way. What did it mean to come here the right way if you were a pilgrim? What did it mean to come here the right way in 1810? What did it mean to come here the right way if you were the ancestor of George Washington? And indigenous people own this land. That is what's great about this country. Immigrants make our country great. And this program will save us money, by the way. Let's just talk about how all of the research out there that says that preventative care saves money. People will rely on emergency rooms without programs like this in place, which is more expensive. This program will save the state money. I'm proud, yes, I was proud to support the amendment. And then the last thing I gotta say, anytime anybody says this, I gotta come down to the well. There is no link between immigration and crime. There just isn't. The FBI data, Department of Justice data show that undocumented people commit crimes at much lower rates than citizens. There is no link between migration and crime. Proud to support this bill.
Minority Leader Caldwell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to answer the previous speaker's questions, what does it mean to come here the right way? Well, you can start off by following the laws of the country that you're immigrating to. I don't think there was established laws when the Pilgrims came over here, but I could be wrong about that. I'll ask our fellow historian from El Paso County. So I was ready to be a yes on this bill because it did put that cap in, even though I disagree with the program in general. And I think a lot of my fellow colleagues felt the same way, because the cap indicated to me some kind of accountability and responsibility. There's a lot of programs that we do that we put caps on because you don't know how much it's going to be used, and you don't know how fast or how large it's going to grow. So the responsible thing to do is put a cap on it. We do it with our own spending and our own personal capacities. Put a cap on to make sure you don't go over it. And so, speaking for myself, I was ready to be a yes on this with the cap, even though I disagree with the program itself, because there was at least some level of responsibility there. And back to the AML's point, Assistant Minority Leader's point earlier, I again want to say thank you to the JBC for the work that they did. And we had a very emotional debate on this on seconds. And that indicated to me how hard of a decision it was, because it was emotional on both sides of the aisle. And I know how hard it was to come to an agreement on that. I will be a no today because we did remove that cap, and because we are not being responsible anymore, even though, again, I disagree with the program in general. But I appreciate the debate here, and again, I appreciate JBC working so hard on it, because I know this took weeks and weeks and weeks to finally get to some kind of agreement, and now that agreement isn't there anymore. So I'll certainly be a no.
Representative Luck, this is your second time to speak. You have 3 minutes and 24 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A question was posed that connects into the scriptures. I just want to lay on the record that the scriptures do have two terms that they use to identify aliens and foreigners. One term speaks to those who wanted to embrace Jewish custom and live by the laws of the people of Israel, and one term speaks to those who did not. There are different standards for behavior and treatment of both of those groups. I just wanted to lay that out in answer to the question that was posed.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, like my minority leader said, a lot of us were going to be yeses on this bill because of the reason that it did provide a cap, some kind of responsibility to the state. to the taxpayers of the state. And just to answer one of the other questions that was said earlier, there is a difference between legal, illegal immigration and colonization. There were no laws in this country for immigration back then. That was colonization. So are we now saying that we should be colonized? There's a difference. We have laws in this country. We went through, many of us, some of us in this chamber went through the process of legal immigration. We know what it's like. I was a little young to understand it back then. My parents did it, though. So there is laws. This bill has morphed into something that's basically, it does nothing anymore. We need to hold ourselves responsible to the taxpayers of the state. I was willing to vote yes on this bill the way it was originally intended. Let's be responsible.
Representative Sirota or Brown? Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot has been said about this bill, and in particular, a lot has been said about the growth of this program. And it is true. It has been growing very fast. And since the initial fiscal note from 2022 was written, Colorado has been dealing with a migrant crisis. Families and their kids have come to Colorado fleeing violence, political persecution, and economic despair. Kids who came here through no fault of their own, and kids who need doctors and hospitals. Protecting this program, Cover All Coloradans, is essential. It is essential to our communities. It is essential to our healthcare providers who serve these kids. And as my good colleague from Grand Junction pointed out recently, this is uncompensated care if it is not for this program. In other countries, healthcare is a right. I was in the UK this summer. I had a small medical emergency issue. I was able to go to an urgent care style clinic, and I was able to get that taken care of, and I paid nothing. I believe that healthcare is a human right, and I will fight for that until the day that I die. But we live in Colorado, and Tabor, unfortunately, requires us to ration. It requires us to ration care, and it requires us to ration essential life-saving services. So this bill makes painful cuts. Contrary to the views of my colleague who believes that this particular program does nothing anymore, this bill does nothing anymore, this bill still makes very painful cuts. Kids who are served by this program will no longer have any long-term services and supports. We have heard a lot about the cuts that we are taking in our traditional Medicaid program for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This bill takes those services all out entirely. They will not have a cap on their caregiver service hours. They will have 0 caregiver service hours. These kids will no longer have the kind of behavioral health support that they deserve. Our RAY program, our ACC program, provides behavioral health services that are beyond what fee-for-service can provide. And these kids deserve that, but we can no longer afford it. And so that is what this program does. As painful as these cuts are for me, we are saving the program because it is essential. And in the interim, the JBC has made a commitment to figure out what is going on with our Medicaid program and our spending, and what is going on with the increases in this particular program. I hope that someday I can come to this well again, and I can run a bill to make sure that we have true universal health care, and that any person, regardless of their documentation or where they came from, or whether they were brought here through no fault of their own by their parents, can have the kind of health care that they deserve because they are inherently worthy of that care, because every person is worthy of that care. But that day is not today because of Tabor and our budget. I ask you for an aye vote on this bill to preserve what we can from the Cover All Coloradans program.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget has been the most difficult thing I have had to work on. And this bill is one of the hardest bills I've ever had to run. All three of us, the work that we do here, we spend our days looking out for Colorado's kids in all parts of the budget, in all the decisions we make. And we had to make really difficult choices. And we made them not just talking with us between ourselves, not just talking with our nonpartisan staff and experts, but we talked to the people who were impacted by all of the decisions we're making. We did that. So we didn't make any of our decisions lightly. And I didn't make the decision to approve these cuts because I believe that some kids are less worthy than others. I don't believe that for a single second. We are all worthy, all of us, no matter where we came from or how we got here. But we had an obligation that we had to meet. So we had to make choices. And the choices we made was to preserve a program, to ensure that kids can still access health care, even if the benefits might be a little bit different. I hope to join my colleague here someday, coming back, to ensure that everybody is able to equally access the health care that they deserve. But for now, I'm asking you to vote yes on this bill because it is important. It goes along with all of the other cuts that we have had to make. It still represents cuts. There's still millions of dollars worth of reductions in this bill. But it goes along with all of the tough choices that we had to make when it came to cuts to Medicaid, cuts to services for adoptive families. This budget is filled with terrible choices. We did the best we could here. And I know it doesn't make anyone here happy. It doesn't make me happy. I don't like this. I hate this bill. But I'm doing my job. I'm doing the best I can to make sure that we preserve a program for the kids and pregnant people in Colorado, even if the benefits are a little bit different. I appreciate how we all came to the table to try and pave the best path forward. I appreciate that everyone in this room had an opinion about what the best path forward was, and this is part of the process. And I appreciate everybody's consideration. I appreciate that this is really hard for you all. It's hard for us too. But I ask for your yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1411 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Leader votes no. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 20 no, 1 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1411, as amended, is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1412.
House Bill 1412 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning authorizing the Department of Public Health Care Policy and Financing to use statistical sampling and extrapolation to recover overpayments to providers for certain Medicaid services and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1412 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1412 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1412 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1413.
House Bill 1413 by Representatives Sirota and Brown, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning leave time allowed to certain public servants.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1413 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1413 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1413 is adopted. Co-sponsors: please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1410.
House Bill 1410 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, except as otherwise noted.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1410 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, members, I would like to express my condolences for, I know JBC had very hard decisions to make. I do. I understand that. I understand that they did stuff that they did not want to do, and I just want to recognize my colleague from Grand Junction because he did put up a good fight, and I appreciate him standing on principle. I do. I just want to remind people that this budget deficit has been a culmination of years in the making from our desire to run gun-controllable spending. And we like to deflect by using H.R. 1 and Trump and Tabor when we should own it. We as a body should own what we have done to get us here. Because from the looks of it, of this trajectory, we are going to be in this mess again next year. And we're going to have to make even more tougher decisions. We have to get serious. We do. I would just also like to say, I would like to support this bill so we can fund our government. I do. But I also believe that there's priorities in here that should not be prioritized at the expense of essential services. We talk about Medicaid. We talk about higher ed. We talk about public education. But again, as I have said, we continue to cut while growing other areas of government. And, you know, the governor's wish list, some of it I know JBC has stood strong and opposed and denied that. But there's still some of the things that the governor has requested that we're funding. And so for that, I think I just cannot support this bill. And I would like to, I said this last year, my fellow colleagues, and I'll say it again, taxation is theft.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
And thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to speak without being blocked, censored, or called childish names. There used to be what's called the law of the sea, where if a boat went down and there were lifeboats and people were in it, and they legitimately would be waiting for months, possibly, to be rescued, and they would have to cannibalize each other. There was a methodology that they would have to follow. And there was a famous case where some people wound up not following the law and killed the weakest member, the cabin boy, and consumed him. I don't know why this reminds me of this budget, but it does. Where the weakest and most vulnerable are thrown off first, but the strongest special interests and donor classes are protected. We could have eliminated entire departments in our government to face this crisis, but that didn't occur. We could have started with a baseline of 2020, gone back to 2020 and eliminated as a baseline every program that had been started since then, and then decide what to add back if there was room. Colorado was not some dystopian hellhole in 2020. We could have done that, but we didn't. For 3 sessions before, I voted every year for the budget. But I've also had advocates constantly, since I've been on the Finance Committee, say you're always voting against these subsidies constantly. My reply was always, yeah, what happens when we have a bad budget year and we can't afford it? The people that are strong that got the subsidies are going to keep them, and we are going to throw over the weak. Now, I've always, and many times have told this body how the reliance on lived experience and personal stories really concerns me that we legislate from that, because it's reasoning from the particular to the general, that the little slice of the world that I know needs to be the general rule for everyone. But it seems like it's the only thing that's ever effective to get an idea across in this body. So when my daughter was 12, she was 13, riding around with me in a truck, she asked me a question out of the blue, Dad, what's a sociopath? And I told her, well, that's a person who doesn't have emotions for others and they can't really feel empathy or what the emotions are other people are feeling. And I asked her, well, why would you ask that? I said, well, we had to take a test and I was just 2 questions above a sociopath. And I asked her, well, that's not too bad. But then she said, well, Dad, the problem was I saw where the test was going, and so I changed a lot of my answers. It's concerned me, and this isn't meant to be insulting, the amount of crying I see with regards to the budget in the well, and how we are constantly saying how hard we worked on the budget, and the amount of self-pity. It's a lot harder for the people who are being cut. And when that amount of motion is going on, it also insulates from criticism and from hard questions about what the budget is about. Again, I was shocked that the IDD community was actually watching, but they were. And I don't have a dog in that fight. I picked it up because I'm usually looking for the people who have no one in their corner. And they saw. And again, I said I would have preferred the IDD amendment that I ran to get on before the veterans one. But there are 34 organizations, politically powerful ones, that back certain changes to the budget, but none for them. And they said they watched the votes, and they know, but they don't have the political power to do anything about it. So no one will be hurt politically by throwing them off the bus. You may be hurt morally, and we used to talk a lot about moral injury in the military. This budget protects special interests in the donor class. It doesn't protect the most vulnerable. And we're constantly blaming Tabor, and I'm not going to go off on how I don't think that's the entire problem. But I do think this budget would very easily be Exhibit 1 for people who want to oppose having Tabor repealed. I had some other comments, but I think I would probably be gavelled down. So, again, this is the first budget I'm voting against, but it's because it's coming to fruition everything for the past 3 years I said this train was heading towards, and we're going off the cliff. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we all know that this year's budget faced historic headwinds, and as much as the newest member of the JBC, and I have been honored to be a part of the committee and a part of the process, and yet it has obviously been very challenging. Federal actions cut $1 billion in our revenue, erasing our Tabor surplus, and our ability to keep property taxes low for seniors, or threatening our ability to do that. Our Medicaid budget has continued to grow unsustainably. The average growth rate over the last 4 years has been 19% annually. With rising gas prices and uncertainty related to a war, the chance of a recession in the next year, as it has been mentioned, is 40%. Projections indicated that we were $1 billion or more or in deficit for the next fiscal year, and federal tax cuts had already cut into our revenue. With this daunting task, the Joint Budget Committee got to work. And I think as a new member, maybe I am uniquely appreciative of the process that the long bill takes on its journey. A lot has been said by colleagues on both sides of the aisle about how this budget was somehow crafted in the dark of night, or that we stripped things out in the dark of night, or that there's no transparency. And that is just wrong. Colorado has perhaps the most unique and collaborative and open and transparent process by which we create a budget. In most states, there's an appropriations committee in each chamber, and there's a chair in each chamber, and the chairs each write their budget by themselves. They put it on the floor, it passes the relative chambers, there's a conference committee where the two chairs probably work things out, and then they pass some unified bill. That happens at the federal level too, to the extent to which anything ever passes at the federal level anymore. But in Colorado, many years ago, we decided to do it differently. The Joint Budget Committee is a unique entity. It is bicameral, it is bipartisan, and it meets in the open. We make decisions about every line item. We have to approve every line item. Contrary to the folks who think we just rubber stamp some governor's budget, we make hard decisions and we approve every line item that comes before us, or we reject it. But we make a decision. And I will say that the vast majority of our votes this year were unanimous. We cannot run legislation without unanimous support. So all of the bills that you just voted on in the orbitals, those were all approved 6-0 for introduction by the committee. My estimates may be a bit rough, but I estimate that the committee spent over 400 hours in the last 6 months in open session reviewing the governor's proposals and previous budgets and staff recommendations and debating the budget. And committee members reviewed thousands of pages of materials. Those of you who saw me over the last several months saw me carting around gigantic binders of information. This makes the long bill, I believe, the most open, transparent, and deliberately crafted bill, not just in Colorado, but in the country. And I say this because it demonstrates just how much deliberation went into the difficult decisions that are contained within this bill. There is not a member among us that does not feel horrible about the cuts that are contained in this bill. I can tell you that I did not run for office in order to make cuts like this. I don't think anyone did. I ran because I believe that health care is a human right, as I have said, and that no person is illegal, and that no person's worth and dignity is determined by whether the federal government deems they are worthy of a federal match. So we used our core values to help manage the budget crisis that we are in. We protected and even increased per pupil funding for our K-12 schools. We held our universities and colleges flat in their funding, and we reversed cuts that had been implemented by the governor in his executive order and that we had implemented during special session. We protected core Medicaid services while working to bend the unsustainable cost curves. We have asked every department for large general fund cuts, and we have put that into our budget. Every department has reduced their funding for personnel, and importantly, we protected the property tax cuts for seniors, known as the senior homestead exemption, so that seniors and low-income seniors can stay in their homes. Someday, I hope that Coloradans will truly have access to all the services that they need to succeed and thrive. But the nature of our budget headwinds, and under Tabor, there is only so much money that we can spend. So we have done the best that we can based on the evidence and the compassion that is in our hearts. And I want to thank our chair for her amazing leadership in getting us through this terrible budget. I want to thank my Republican colleague from Grand Junction for his partnership and leadership through this process. We could not have done this if we had not done this together. And so for that, I ask for an aye vote on the budget.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Being opposed to this budget is not a matter of unappreciation of the work that was involved. It's not a matter of being cold and heartless. It's a matter of that when something can't go on forever, it does not. We have budget cuts today because we have this conflict. We have a collision of reality versus ideology. Healthcare costs could be dealt with and reduced by dealing with charge master pricing. They could be dealt with by Medicare pricing that drives up costs by about 5 times, which leads to charge master pricing, which leads to high cost of medicine. 340B pricing to try to compensate for the uncompensated care leads to price gouging. We could deal with that because that's not a headwind, that's a self-inflicted injury. Housing costs we could deal with. We've talked about numerous times the cost of, one builder in particular for asbestos cost a small house renovation has cost at least $60,000. That gets tacked on to the price of the home or the cost of the home. That makes renovation and repairs untenable. Regulation costs that drive up prices by 1/3 to 1/2 make projects that should take months take years. Those could be dealt with in this room. They're not. Why? Because this room imposed those costs and is not interested in going back and looking at what it did to the economy. These are self-inflicted injuries, not headwinds. Yes, we could look at someday where, in the kumbaya, where health care is a right. But those countries also have tax rates that greatly exceed ours. So everybody could have those privileges by simply taking that differential of their income and paying for them. Instead, what we do is we have a free market where people are able to take that money that would otherwise be taken by the government and then put into monopoly pricing, and they're allowed to use their own money in pursuit or in use in the free market, which creates a competitive market and drives down the price and increases the value. I've lived in Canada for several years, dealt with universal health care. Cost us a child. Almost cost my wife her life. I've dealt with universal health care with a friend who lived in a country, and a friend's kid was run over by a car, 14-year-old kid. There was no money for that kid. He was left on a bed for 2 weeks with a shattered leg. And me, as the cold, heartless sociopath that you think I am, I tracked down the medical supplies that kid's mom was required to find and secure by herself. I paid the $500 for the surgery to set his leg. Because he could not afford, his mom could not afford that price of free health care. So if you think that universal health care is a right, if you think it's some panacea, you should try living under it. I have. So I feel like my colleague stole my speech. And what this budget too often does is it pits. What I thought was very interesting a lot about this budget is what's not touched. What is not touched? The sacrosanct funds, the sacrosanct programs. I've asked, why don't we go after the green grift from downstairs? Oh, that's not going to happen. We're not going to go after those funds, but we'll go after provider rates. We'll go after compensation levels for parents taking care of their kids at home. We'll go after uncertified kinship care to force families into an ideological approval program by the state. We'll do that. But we won't touch those sacrosanct programs that are in place to bolster the investment rates of investor-focused utilities. We won't touch those. Those are sacred cows. Never mind that those companies are raping their way across Colorado with eminent domain, that people's property are being split from them. We won't touch those programs. What do they achieve? Absolutely nothing. But we won't touch them. But we will cut provider rates. You just got a letter from, I think it was 100 business leaders that said, you need to change something or we're out. I don't see anything changing. I don't see anything changing, and with no change, they're out. There's other stories of people wanted to live in Colorado, relocate their business to Colorado. They can only take it for 6 to 9 months, and they're out. Those jobs are out. Those taxes are out. Now, I do get it. The depeopling of Colorado is a goal. I mean, the rewilding of Colorado is a goal. But do we want to accomplish that by chasing out the revenue base for which you have an insatiable appetite? And when those cuts come, when the solution to dire situations is to take from the weakest of those, take from those individuals that cannot protect themselves. How? Well, this is an election year, so we're not going to hear about it next year, but it'll be taking of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. That's the taking from the weakest of these. Because the citizens of Colorado can't protect themselves against the state. And so I hear when I say things like, when I hear individuals clamoring for the title of Tabor assassin, and they are, seriously, they want to be the ones that kill it. I've been told so. I've been asked to name names to bolster their creds. That is the solution that they have, is to come after the citizens of Colorado to extract more money at the barrel of a gun. That's how we treat, that's the goal. Colorado has a spending problem. It doesn't have a not enough of tax widget money problem. The money that is left in the Colorado pockets goes around 7 or 8 times or more until it is taxed, because a tax is a drain. It's an energy drain. And every time that money would go from one person to another person to another person to another person ad infinitum, unless benefiting each and every one of them, unless and until the government takes a little bit out of every part. And it's no longer a little bit. I mean, on the sales tax side, it might only be, 5 or 6%, whatever it is, that it goes from me to minority leader, now it's only 95 cents, and now it goes next door to Ty, and then it's only 93 cents. And it just keeps going around until it's 0 cents in the economy, and it's all in this room who doesn't know how to spend it properly and can't balance a budget no matter how much money is dumped on it. And then we get a motive.
Representative DeGraff, your time is up. Representative Taggart.
Thanks for the warning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget, as my colleagues have already said to you, was extremely difficult to develop. And it challenged each and every one of the 6 of us of our value systems almost on a daily basis. I'd like to remind everyone, and I have so much respect for my caucus, but I have a great deal of respect for everybody in this room. We started with a budget that had $1 billion plus deficit. $1 billion plus dollars. We also started with a Medicaid spending rate, which my colleague talked about the last 4 or 5 years, but over a 10-year period was expanding at a rate of nearly 9% a year over that 10-year period. A rate that is unsustainable. Unsustainable to the point that it came very close to eliminating the senior homestead exemption, eliminating the adult dental program for our low-income adults. And we had the task of bringing it into balance. I will only talk about the general fund because the general fund is the fund that we have control of. We don't have control of the fact when people talk about $46.6 billion. Nobody says right behind that one of the biggest chunks of that is federal dollars. We don't control that. That happens to be up 10% in this budget. What we can control is the spending of our general fund. And I will remind you, even with the caseloads that came to us both on the Medicaid side as well as within our Department of Corrections, this budget is up 1.2% from last year. 1.2%. In my 4 years here, we haven't come close to doing that. We haven't come remotely close to 1.2%. And as I indicated at the very beginning of this process, without caseload expansions that I just spoke of, we would have been less than last year, in the range of 2 to 3%. That's how hard we worked to balance this budget. Have we addressed every structural deficit within our 20-plus departments? I don't think any one of the three of us would say we're there. Do we have more of a challenge there? Absolutely. But please acknowledge that this budget is half of what inflation is and would be less than last year were it not for caseload. Had we not done something in Medicaid, which hurt, yes, the IDD population? Did it hurt the PBT population? In human service, has it had an impact on kinship and adoption? The answer is yes. But I know how much we labored over those decisions, and we knew we had to take over $300 million out of Medicaid. We knew that. I'll remind you of what the governor said. If we left Medicaid to go unchecked, it was less than 2 or 3 years that was going to start to come from K through 12. I think everybody in this room knows my commitment to education, both from K through 12 and higher education, where I have the wonderful opportunity to work with young minds that are probably much smarter than me. I don't want to touch those areas. Yet, in higher education, we fought just to keep it equal to last year. No gain at all. And for the purposes of K through 12, while there's $272 million additional dollars, there's zero increase from a general fund. Am I worried about that? Yes, I'm very worried about that, because our state education fund, where those dollars are going to be coming from, while we pushed more dollars into the state education fund, it's heading for real trouble unless we pay very close attention. So I respect that we haven't gotten to the structural deficit in total. I respect that we took more transfers than necessarily we would have liked. And we've already talked about the unclaimed property fund. What I will point out again in the unclaimed property fund, though, is we stopped the adult dental fund from coming out of there any further. And if you look at the 3-year projection there, and mind you, I understand this body can overturn what these bills today were, but that's a case for everything in this room. So let's not be unrealistic unless it's constitutional in nature. We can change it one year from another on almost every subject unless it's part of our Constitution. I know I'm committed not to touch that fund, but am I committed also to some reform there, to understand that we do have dollars in there that have been there for 10, 15, 20 years? We do need to look at our overall structure. This bill is not perfect, and I truly understand and respect my colleagues that it's not perfect. But it isn't for a lack of turning over as many stones as we possibly could to get here. And I'll finish by saying one thing. I've probably shown more emotion in this process than I would like to show. Most people think of me as being pretty calm, even-keeled. I don't show a great deal of emotion. I think some of that comes from my upbringing. My dad didn't show a great deal of emotion.
Representative, you have 30 seconds remaining.
I will say to you, the emotion I showed was not out of self-pity. It's because I care so deeply about the citizens of Colorado, and I always will. Thank you.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the House. Here we are, nearing the end of what has been a long and difficult and deeply consequential process. Since November, the Joint Budget Committee worked side by side with our incredible staff to meet one of the most challenging fiscal moments our state has faced in years. I've had a lot of sleepless nights over this budget and a lot of mornings waking up thinking about numbers and programs and problems to solve. And you know what? I'm not sorry that you have had to witness JBC members who are emotive or weepy. I'm pretty sure you don't want people on the Budget Committee making these kinds of decisions without empathy or emotion. Just last year, we worked to close a $1 billion gap. Then last summer, Congress passed H.R. 1 to deliver enormous tax breaks to extremely wealthy individuals and businesses by slashing Americans' health care and shifting costs of safety net programs like SNAP to the states. That required us to come back here last fall in a special session to work to close another $1 billion gap. And then we found ourselves staring down yet another $1 billion plus deficit driven by H.R. 1, rising costs and caseloads, and Tabor-constrained revenue. But those billions of dollars are not abstract numbers to us. They reflect real pressure on the services Coloradans depend on every day. Closing a gap of that size did require discipline and honesty and frequently truly gut-wrenching decisions. In a very difficult budget year, we are doing everything we can to protect core services for our most vulnerable and make the best evidence-based decisions we can about where to invest taxpayers' dollars. This is a bipartisan budget that protects K-12 education, core Medicaid services, and public health. But we have to be honest about the constraints that we are operating under. There is only so much that we can spend under Tabor. That means we can't do everything that Coloradans want or deserve. Every decision becomes a trade-off. Every dollar directed to one priority is not a dollar available for another. And the reality is there are no easy cuts that get you to over $1 billion in savings. It is impossible to reduce spending at this scale without touching programs and services that people care deeply about. And that's why we've been forced to make painful reductions, even to programs that are working and making a difference. Within our $17 billion general fund, more than 75% goes to just 3 areas: education, Medicaid, and corrections. The remaining roughly 20 departments share just a quarter of the budget. So when people ask, why don't we just cut elsewhere, the truth is there isn't enough elsewhere to solve a gap of that size. But even so, every department was required to bring forward general fund reductions of 2 to 2.5%, and we took those reductions. We also cut 1.5% of every department's personal services line to try to capture any vacancy savings we might find. And while we did all this, we clearly heard from Coloradans across the state, doctors, teachers, students, caregivers, and families, about how much these investments matter to them. And we hear you. And we are doing everything that we can within our constraints to preserve what matters most. I do think the budget reflects those priorities. We protected healthcare, the core coverage for healthcare, even as Medicaid costs continue to grow faster than expected. Nearly $1.86 billion in total increases next year alone. But we did limit that growth by making nearly $300 million in Medicaid cuts. We made a difficult decision to reduce provider rates rather than removing people from coverage. We made difficult choices to restructure some of our long-term services and supports to ensure that those services remain available for those who are eligible. We protected K-12 funding, keeping per-pupil funding on pace with inflation, avoiding a return to the budget stabilization factor that we all worked so hard to dig ourselves out from. We are continuing universal pre-K, which is saving pre-K families an average of $6,000. We're supporting healthy school meals for all. We preserved the senior homestead property exemption, and we maintained critical investments in maternal health care and protecting the state's water rights. But I do want to be clear about other choices we had to make. We had to reduce compensation growth for state employees and for community providers. We did transfer funds for affordable housing. We cut programs in behavioral health, early childhood, and public health. Every single department, every single one had to share in the sacrifice. They weren't choices we wanted to make. They were choices we had to make. But we did produce a balanced budget as required, and one that increases general fund spending by just 1.2%, well below inflation. That is fiscal restraint in practice. None of us are perfect, and maybe this budget isn't either. No budget in a year like this could be, but it is responsible, it is thoughtful, and it reflects our shared commitment to protecting the people of Colorado, especially those who rely on us the most. Looking ahead, we also need to recognize that this can't continue indefinitely. Coloradans will have important choices to make about the kind of state we want to be, whether we are willing to reform our fiscal constraints to fully fund the services people depend on, or continue facing cuts like this year after year. But today, our job is clear. I ask for your support for House Bill 1410, not because it satisfies every priority, but because it represents the most responsible path forward in an extraordinarily difficult moment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1410 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Leader, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Leader votes yes. Representative Phillips, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Phillips votes yes. Representative Zokai, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Zokai votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, 1 excused, and 2 absent, House Bill 1410 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over Senate Bill 43 until Monday, April 13th.
Seeing no objection, Senate Bill 43 will be laid over until Monday, April 13th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Monday, April 13th, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Monday, April 13th. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House stand in adjournment until Monday, April 13th, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House is adjourned until Monday, April 13th at 10 a.m.